call this meeting to order of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors for September 16, 2008. Roberta, will you do the roll call, please?
Supervisor Long? Here. Supervisor Parks? Here. Supervisor Bennett? Supervisor Flynn? Here. And Supervisor Foy?
Here. I'm going to change the order a little bit. We want to do the Pledge of Allegiance first, and Supervisor Flynn, will you lead us?
Please join me to pledge the flag. Raise again. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Supervisor. Okay. I have a request for an off-agenda item, and this item has to do with the Metrolink train collision, which caused numerous deaths, and most of them from Ventura County. And what we'd like to do is have this item heard right away. I know we need to take a motion and vote on that, and part of this item will also include lowering the flags at City Hall. I mean, around the county from our different facilities. So I'd like to have a motion to have this off. We have a motion and a second. There you go. I can see your name there. You like that, huh? Yeah, I couldn't figure it out. You absent or you on? Are you absent? Oh, he's here now. I'm sorry, Roberta. Did it work? Okay. We had to make sure that passed. It required a 4/5 vote, and I appreciate you all going along with this. Let me just start off with, as we all know, on about 4:25 on Friday afternoon, we had a tragic accident happen. And it's interesting that even though it happened in LA County, it had a major effect on us, because as that train had left the station in Chatsworth, left all the Valley people off, most of those residents that were on that were coming into Ventura County. The last stop was Moore Park. So what we saw there is that I myself got a call from Bob Roper, our fire chief, letting him know what happened, and then had the opportunity. I went down there about an hour after it happened, and it was quite a sight. It was something that the first responders, I don't know how you guys deal with what you deal with. It was amazing. So anyway, but today I would like to honor those people, and during our moment of affirmation time, we'd like to take this time to do that. And I've asked a few people to come. I've asked Chief Roper to come and speak, and also Chris Godfrey here from the Sheriff's Department to do that. So if we could start, Bob, Chris.
Good morning, members of the board. Sunday night I was asked to speak at the community service out in CME. And one of the questions was what do the first responders, how do they get involved, what do they see, and so forth. And let me take you back to Friday night when I called each of you. And imagine that each of you were relaxed, didn't know what was happening around you, and you may have been at a sporting event or with your family. And for the firefighters and law enforcement, ambulance, and even the bystanders, everybody was in that relaxed mood until the train had the accident. Now, as a first responder, just think of this. You have a 1,000-piece puzzle. Somebody took a handful of the pieces out and threw them out the window. They put the rest of it in a box and shook it up, and they threw it on the ground. And as a first responder, all you have is these puzzle pieces, and now you have X number of minutes to try to put this piece of puzzle back together. that is really what the first responder has to do. They have to try to rely on their training and their experiences that they've been based their whole careers on, and they have to bring that forward to try to bring a sense of order to the chaos they have in front of them. As far as for the fire district, one of the first immediate things we had was the life safety issues, the fire control, and LA City Fire Department did a wonderful job at getting initial resources there too. One of the things we saw was the train, the southbound freight train was coming out of the tunnels, and one of the concerns we had is how far is that freight train? Is it in the tunnel? Because everybody's focused on the life rescue, but did we have a hazardous material spill inside the tunnel? Was it in Ventura County at all, and so forth? And then the other thing that really became apparent to us is the number of people that were on the train that just left the Chatsworth train station, headed back to Simi and to Moore Park.
You know, it's interesting. Thankfully, in Ventura County, we don't often have to face such tragedy, but we have had that before. And Ventura County Public Safety and volunteers do a wonderful job, as did LA on this incident. I actually have a couple of officers I'd like to bring up right now. They were actually down there. And I want to start by talking a little bit about Captain Ron Nelson, who's the acting chief of police for the city of Moore Park. Ron, when he received the call from the city that there was a train accident there, responded immediately over to the Metrolink station, which is in his city. And he did so recognizing that there would be some real difficult situations arising there with family members coming to the station wondering what happened to their loved ones. Realizing, even though there was a Metrolink representative at the station, that not much was happening, and that's typical of any major incident, as Chief Roper said. You get down there, and it is chaos, but we work well in chaos. It doesn't look like it from the outside, but everybody has a job to do, and they do that job well. No less for my staff. We had a few officers that went down there. Ron made the decision that because there was so little information coming up to the Moore Park station, to dispatch one of our officers to the scene, and that's Senior Deputy Bob Berger, who actually responded to the Metrolink train crash. And I'd like Bob just to say a few words about what he witnessed as he got down there. Bob, why don't you come up?
I arrived on scene about 9 o'clock in the evening, so it was a few hours after the event had taken place. When I got on scene, it was still very much controlled chaos down there. They were still desperately trying to get into the train cars and get the people out. One of the things I saw were the mass number of LAPD officers lined up along the train tracks with the train behind it. And those officers formed a line so as the bodies and the victims, those survivors, those not, would be handed down the row to AMR, who took them behind a kind of a blind area to do the treatment. There were hundreds and hundreds of people there trying to deal with people wandering around. There were still some of the walking wounded wandering around down there. And that's what I saw there at the scene. I also went over to the victim center, which was at Chatsworth High School. And there was just hundreds of families waiting to hear what was going to happen and where their family members were. And at that time, they hadn't created a list of those who, the only list they had was the list of people who had been transported to hospitals for treatment. The fatality list hadn't been conducted yet, and it was still pending. So it made it very difficult because those people were really wondering what happened to their family. And at that point in time, it was still so much in the work, so much in the rescue mode still, not too much in the information mode. So from about 9 to 1, I was there still very much in the rescue mode.
Thank you, Bob. Again, this is not uncommon. It seems like chaos, and in any dynamic situation such as this, it takes time for officers and both fire and police to come together to establish a command post, to begin to deal with the kinds of issues, the fallout that comes from this, the contact that is necessary to take place once you have the immediacy of the injuries and the death that you're dealing with taken care of. We had another Sergeant Paul Higgison, who responded to Chatsworth High School, and I'd like him to come up here and just tell you a little bit about what his role was, since most of the victims, as Mr. Foy has said, most of the victims were from Ventura County. There was an important role that the liaison officers from our county had in dealing with the coroner's office and those individuals down there at Chatsworth High School. So,
Thank you, Chief. I was there for approximately 12, 13 hours on Saturday, and as Bob said, by now bodies were being identified, and families were being notified. And at the reunification center, one of the things that struck me, and I have 25 years in law enforcement, was simply when we see it on TV and somebody's advised about the death of a loved one, it's usually one or two people that get advised, and one to comfort, one to get the notification. Likewise, when we make notifications too in law enforcement, the fire service, oftentimes it's just a few family members that are notified. But here at the reunification center, there was time for families to amass 20 to 30 members. So when families were being advised of the death of their loved ones, it was 30 people getting the word at once, and the collective reaction of that entire family, generations of people. So that was happening at the reunification center throughout the day on Saturday. Where families were not at the scene, Ventura County residents, families were not at the scene, yes, we facilitated the notification and assisting the LA County Coroner's Office with a number of notifications throughout Ventura County at homes.
thanks, Bob. When I attended the memorial service on Sunday night over in Simi, one of the things that I commented on was that typically officers, fire, public safety people in general, and I'm including civilian personnel as well as volunteers, they really leave a piece of themselves when they go to these scenes. But what I didn't say, and what I want to say today, is they leave the best of themselves. They're there doing the job every day, and they leave the best of themselves at this scene. Then they come back here, and they get restored. They get restored by public officials who come out here and support us and give us the backing that we need to go the next mile, to take care of the next incident, to step to the next scene. Because you see, in the mass casualty world, we don't see this very often. But the reality is, these officers, these firefighters, deal with this every day in small measure. We go to death notices, serve death notices every day. We go to traffic accident scenes like what occurred in Fillmore, where 5 people were killed in a traffic accident in one car every day. That happens somewhere in Southern California. So I personally want to thank you for your support of public safety. It's incredibly important, and it's demonstrated in Ventura County through your efforts and ours. I'm very proud to say that I'm a Sheriff's Department employee and a resident of Ventura County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'd also like to just make the board aware that as the public agency first responders, you have to be aware of what happened on this incident. There was a spontaneous volunteers that showed up, the neighbors, the people on the freeway, on the roads, that spontaneously went down. And Sunday night, I asked all of those who did that to stand up, and it was amazing how many people came to the church in Simi Valley and were part of the event. The other part I want to also point out is the role of the Red Cross. Early on in the incident, I contacted Chris, and Chris was able to take and bring forward the canteen services to both the Simi and the Metrolink train station. And when Chris Johnson did that, he also brought together the crisis counselors to each of those stations so that when family members came to pick up somebody, we were able to communicate with them to help them in the process. So this was a community event, not only for the response, but also in the healing process that we've all been through.
Yes, no, that's fine. I do appreciate so much of what you've done and you being here to explain to the rest of us all. And it was an effort that was tremendous. I know myself, I want to thank Simi Valley. I was on the phone with them for hours, because at the end, we knew there was going to be people that were hurt, and hopefully people that walked away, and those people were 5, 10, 20 miles from their homes. They needed to be able to get back. And Simi Valley had buses and vans, and the most tragic part of the whole thing, after this whole thing, and by the time we were done, we only transported 8 people from that scene to Chatsworth to be done. The rest were all into the hospitals. It was very difficult, but they were there, they were ready, and the rest of the community was there, and I think it was wonderful. And then the event we had on Sunday night, I appreciate all of them coming. Melanie Roy was there for behavioral health. She came also as part of what we're doing, and Chris was there, the Red Cross, and a whole group of people who really did care, because it was an interesting time. This is a unique situation. It's not like a plane crash or something else where there's people from all over the world on a plane. These people were mostly all Ventura County residents, and they were coming home, and it's going to touch us. Now, we have the death of 25 people. There's still another, I think, 100 in the hospital, something like this. And this is going to continue. It's going to be something. Matter of fact, we had 2 of our own county employees hurt in this. Not identified yet, but 2 of our own county employees hurt. So it's even touching us as a county family together. So I'd like to have, if Pastor Rob, would you come down and read the names of the deceased? Pastor Rob is also a sheriff chaplain too.
It's interesting on this list is I was informed on Sunday by Pastor David Jeffries. He called me and asked our congregation to pray. Ernest Kish, who's on this list, was the chairman of their board of New Hope Church, and he was one of the victims, and the entire congregation was devastated. Also a teacher from Oaks Christian School. Let me read the list of these victims. Christopher Aiken, age 38. Dennis V. Arnold, 75, of Camarillo. Dean LaFoy Brower, 51. Alan Lloyd Buckley, 59, of Moorpark. Yi Chow, 71. Spree DeShaw, 35, of Simi Valley. Walter Arnie Fuller, 54, from Simi Valley. Ronald G. Grace, Simi Valley. Michael A. Hammersley, 45. Jacob Allen Hefter, 18 years of age, from Palmdale. Carrie Sy. There's Ernest Stephen Kish II, 47 years of age, from Thousand Oaks. Gregory Littner, 48, Simi Valley. Paul Long, 56, from Moorpark. Manuel Macias, 31, of Santa Paula. Ada Magdaleno, 19. Beverly Mosley, 57, Moorpark. Charles E. Peck, 58, of Salt Lake City, Utah. Howard Barry Pompel, 69, Moorpark. Donna Lynn Ramada, 49, of Simi Valley. Robert Sanchez, 36 years of age. Doyle J. Saucer, 56, from Camarillo. Roger Spacey, Simi Valley. Maria Elena Villalobos, 18, of Moorpark. And Atul Diaz, of Simi Valley. As this is a time of the moment of affirmation, I want to take an opportunity to affirm the County Board of Supervisors. Psychologists speak of the trichotomy of man, soma, psyche, and pneuma in the Greek, body, soul, and spirit. I think often that we're able to deal with the body through medical aspects, the psyche through psychiatric work. But the thing that we often overlook is the pneuma, the spirit. Blaise Pascal, the famous French philosopher, said that every man is created with a God-shaped void in his heart. I commend the County Board of Supervisors for understanding that there is a spiritual side to all this. Now, these men behind me and the forces that they represent, both men and women in our law enforcement and county services, you have provided them with a chaplaincy for which I am grateful to be a part of. I volunteer. I walked to the site, especially after the massacre of that little boy 7, and I saw the site. I saw the officers who had to go home to their families. You provide them chaplains to minister to them. I commend you. And when I showed up, I was talking to the police chief from Moorpark. We responded to a call of a boy who had been murdered in a garage, and then to notify the next of kin. That was a tough day. I think of what happened at La Conchita. I think of the Alaska Airlines disaster. And I think of this. And these men go home, and their wives, also our women in law enforcement, go home to their families, and they see these tragedies, and then to maintain sanity in their home, it's difficult. You have a 70% divorce rate in law enforcement. These folks need our prayers, as do the families of the victims on this list. And I am so proud to be a member of this county, and I commend you for caring for these in our first responder forces. Let's pray and ask God's protection. Lord, in your word, you say that you are the paraclete, the great comforter, the one who comes alongside. You carry us in these times of trial and tragedy. And Lord, we're mindful of the families of these victims, some older in age and some younger. All of it seems so senseless. And God, to make sense of any of it is so difficult. But Lord, we pray that you are a God of peace. And you promise to give us a peace that passes all understanding, guarding our heart and our mind. And Lord, I'm mindful of that. I think of especially the first responders that they go home and they sit down and they're just watching television or speaking with their children, and that file cabinet of images comes flooding out of the graphic pictures that they've seen in the course of a day's work. And Lord, you help them put those pictures back in the file and close the cabinet. And Lord, I pray that you'd strengthen them. You say in Romans 13 that they have been appointed as ministers, these in law enforcement. And Lord, I pray that you'd strengthen them. I pray, God, that you'd protect their minds and their hearts and their families. Lord, thank you for these county supervisors. Bless the work they do. Bless this county and this nation for your glory. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also are requesting again the lowering the flag from today till sunset or on September 22nd. So thank you very much. This situation will continue as memorial services in our county, and as we find out more of the injured and then how that plays out, and we just hope out of the 17 that are still critical that those survive. You want to?
Yes, I did want to mention the memo that we received from Behavioral Health this morning that indicates that our Behavioral Health Department is working closely with the Red Cross to provide mental health counseling in the aftermath of this disaster, and that currently persons interested in receiving such counseling and support services are being directed to call the Red Cross. The number is 339-2234. They can also contact our crisis teams if necessary. Yeah.
Chris, could you come down? I know you wanted to say a few things. Anything else?
Just to add to what the county executive officer said, the compassionate care being provided by the experts are one thing, but we also need, if you do get phone calls at your offices, the NTSB has asked the Red Cross to help facilitate some of the transportation issues for funerals, as well as even for some of the transportation of remains and other things, which is a very difficult task. And Metrolink has stepped forward this morning and asked us to help them and their employees, as well as the families, when they return the belongings. So if you do get phone calls, please do realize that we are there to help in whatever way we can. And it's an extraordinary partnership that we do have with the county, so there's plenty of people available, so please avail yourselves of the services. First responders and you guys as well. This is a tough time, so please reach out for assistance.
Thanks so much. Appreciate all you do.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just a question, and I know that Marty, we talked about some blood bank services, but Chris, could I ask you, is there going to be through Red Cross, a way to send financial support to help in the response? I know you wouldn't raise that, but I know that this takes...
We've actually been receiving calls about that, so we're facilitating some discussions with other partners here in the county this morning to try to determine a centralized location. I know, and this is also based on some of the information that was brought forward at the Simi Valley gathering, that a lot of the churches where these people have attended are establishing funds at those churches, so that would be my first suggestion. But I also will promise to get back to you guys this afternoon and give you some more formalized information. But there are a lot of people in the community calling us to try to offer financial support to the families and to all parties involved.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Millie, do you have anything to say, Millie? Is there anything you'd like to say?
No, I just... the only thing I'd like to add is that we really value our partnership with the Red Cross, and it really, I think, shows what happens when agencies come together and work together. towards the benefit of certainly the victims and their families, and I appreciate their support, and I certainly appreciate your support as well, so thank you.
Thank you. Marty has also arranged, as we as a county family, to do whatever we could because there's been such a big need for blood. She's worked that out. What is it?
United Blood
United
Service
Blood Service.
normally comes at the end of October. We contacted them yesterday to see if they wanted to come today. The soonest that they're going to be here is the first week in, I think, October 8th. But they are moving up their date in order to get more blood into the system.
So whatever we can do to get our different departments and people to participate in that, because I'm sure as they've been doing, we're running down those supplies with all the needs that were done. So anyway, I do appreciate this. I do thank you, and we'll keep you informed of whatever else comes up about this. And it's just a tragic time. Supervisor?
Yes, Supervisor Foy, if I could, at times like this, it's always difficult to know what are the right words. But I know after the La Conchita tragedy, just an enormous amount of work by fire and sheriff and all the emergency responders, and I touched that obviously much closer. I know what you're going through personally, and I just wanted to commend you. You've got with Simi Valley, it's been a very, very challenging weekend for you, and I hope you take care of yourself too.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do appreciate it. It is great to see a community come together who really do care, and it was wonderful. Supervisor?
Just, the first responders, appreciate you called them in today, because that's, as just simply you can say, it has to be a very difficult task that, yes, is a part of their job, but goes above and beyond. And thank you for your leadership in organizing both the, working with the response teams and keeping us informed as things moved along, and obviously for calling together the community as quickly as you did on Sunday. So I think we have yet, there will be other times in the next couple of weeks that we'll all have additional experiences with this, and anything we can do, just call us.
I do appreciate it. It's great to work with you all. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. I guess. So we have a motion and a second. Thank you, Supervisor. Great. Okay. Well, let's move on to our minutes of our.
I would make a motion to move the minutes of April 1st and continue those of April 8th for 1 week.
So we have a motion and a second. All right, so we'll move those. How about if we go on to agenda review?
Yes, Chair Foy. On the agenda only, on page 3, item 5, the title was changed to show that the minutes of the regular meeting of April 8th, 2008. Also on the agenda only, page 5, item 19, the item set for public hearing at 9:45.
9:45?
Yes. Item 22 is continued to the 23rd, September 23rd at 11 a.m. Item 30 is continued to September 23rd. Item 31, a revised report response regarding report number 1 to the grand jury report of Ventura County Hall of Administration, Safety, Security, and Executive Protection. That item has been revised, and it has been distributed as well as put on the web. Addendum item number 33 at 10 o'clock was a presentation of resolution to Will Simpson and L. Campione Farms for clinching the team gold medal in the show jumping for the USA at the 2000. That's number 33. It's an addendum item.
So we're going to stick that in at 10?
Right. You should have received it earlier. And it's been posted to the web.
Anything else? Anybody else have any?
Move the agenda as amended.
Okay, we have a motion to move the amended agenda. A second? All right, so now we'll do our consent items 10 through 17. Do we have any questions or comments on this? Do we have a motion on?
Second.
Okay. And we will move on to public comments. And we have, looks like 4 speakers. Is that right? Okay. Michael Kutnick.
Good morning. My name is Michael Kutnick, and I live at 3921 Ocean in Oxnard. I'm here as a result of the major lessees in Channel Islands Harbor asking me to go to City Council last Tuesday and speak to Measure V. They also asked if I would come today and read my comments into the record for the supervisors. And Mr. Foy, I want to thank you for this morning, personally.
Thank you.
By the way, I read this into the record at City Hall at somewhere between 10 and 10:30 last Tuesday. My name is Michael Kutnick, and I reside in Oxnard. I am a citizen of Oxnard. By way of introduction, I would like to present to you a brief resume of my 25-year relationship with Oxnard. Founding director and officer of the Ventura County Maritime Museum, past director of Oxnard Chamber, past president of Oxnard Tourism Bureau, past committee member for the Harbor Master Plan and Boating Instruction and Safety Center, past member of Oxnard Police Foundation and Oxnard Police Advisory Board, past member of Oxnard College Foundation, past president 2 terms, Channel Islands Lessees, also other private sector boards. During my 25 years, I've owned and operated the Whale's Tail Restaurant in Channel Islands Harbor. As evidenced by the above, I am a champion for the good of this community. Mr. Tim Flynn's so-called traffic initiative / no-growth initiative flies in the face of what so many people have worked so hard to accomplish in the city. Upon receiving the final draft summary, I found one glaring omission. Channel Islands Harbor was not included. The net effect of the harbor and city are as follows. Huge losses of investment dollars. Fisherman's Wharf, $120 million or more. Casa Serena property, $140 million or more. Other areas in the harbor that are undeveloped or slated for renewal, $40 to $50 million. In today's dollars, we're talking in excess of $300 million in lost investments from the private sector and the applicable huge job losses that we would suffer. In addition to the above, lost transient occupancy fees from a major hotel, loss of sales tax dollars, license and business fees, and most importantly, traffic mitigation fees which would be lost, whereupon Measure V has no solutions to their stated position. Our executive committee met yesterday, and I was asked by unanimous vote of all the major lessees in Channel Islands Harbor to request that Channel Islands Harbor must be in the final summary of Measure V impact analysis. I advised Economic and Planning Systems, Inc., the consulting firm that drafted the summary on Measure V, that Channel Islands Harbor is not a redevelopment zone, as stated in their study. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Rosa Ortega? Rosia? Mr. Ortega.
Good morning, members of the board. Thank you for giving me a few minutes. My name is Rosario Ortega. I'm the Senior Outreach Coordinator for the California Lifeline Telephone Program. Some of you may be familiar with that program. It's a program that's sponsored by the California Public Utilities Commission, and you have a packet that's being passed out to you. And basically, this program provides access to affordable, local basic telephone service for low-income families throughout the state of California. As you can see in the highlights, Eligible households can receive basic home phone service for about $5.50 a month, or half off of the regular rates provided by the phone companies. And it's a competitively neutral marketing program. So the Lifeline program is not a phone carrier, a phone service. All carriers, AT&T, Verizon, and the like, they all offer this program. There's two ways that the members of your communities can qualify for this. The first way is through program-based. So if they're already qualified for a program like HEAP or WIC or food stamps, Healthy Families, they're automatically eligible for Lifeline, or they can qualify just based on their income. Okay, a family of two, one or two, can qualify if they make $22,900 or less, and so on. In this packet, it shows all the income guidelines. And the reason that I'm here today is basically to ask for your assistance in promoting the Lifeline program in the communities that you represent. There are so many thousands of people in California who don't have a telephone service or a telephone in their homes today. And the reason is sometimes it's just not affordable. It's not cost effective for them. And this program is provided and paid for by our tax dollars. And what we do is we basically assist people in promoting the program and enrolling them into the program. And the way we do that is by working and networking with community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, social service agencies, government agencies, anywhere where the people of your community go for assistance. We just want to put these brochures in the lobbies, posters in the lobbies. If they're meeting with a representative of a community-based organization that's helping them with HEAP, while they're doing their application, they can just pass out this brochure to help them and inform them that they're eligible for these programs as well. So my contact information is on the back of this packet here on the last page, and the information is here. And I have all of your contact information. So if you're interested in helping us promote this program and make the people in your communities aware of it, then you can call me, or you can expect a call from me in the next 5 to 7 days, just seeing if there's any way that we can network together, or if you can just point me in the right direction of how we can make this program more well known in Ventura County. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Appreciate what you're doing. Lou Matthews?
Good morning, members of the board, and Ms. Robinson and others. My name is Lou Matthews, and I'm a member of the mental health. I live in Ventura, and I'm a member of the mental health board, and I'm also a member of NAMI. And I must say that I'm glad to be here. I would have come this afternoon for the hearing, but I can't. I wasn't sure I could come this morning, but I'm glad I came. And when I heard the ages of all those young people, I thought, what am I doing at this advanced age? We have to make the most of our lives. And I think this service reminded all of us of that. But I came because it's come up that you want to combine the alcohol and drug with the mental health board. And I hope that you will think about that carefully and vote against it. Yesterday our meeting was almost 3 hours, and then in addition to those meetings, the regular monthly meeting, most of us have subcommittees that we have to attend, and we have much more work to do with the Mental Health Services Act. And Nancy Borchard has initiated a subcommittee for issues of dual diagnosis, that's mental health, mental illness, and drug problems. And these persons really, I don't mean to minimize addiction, alcohol and drug addiction, but if you have a mental illness and that addiction, it's a very different problem. And so I just think that it would not be a good mix. It wouldn't be, and it would be a lot to ask of volunteers. And I don't know that you would save money, because the meetings, if you combine those, the meetings would then be longer, and that would also be a cost. I thank you. So I hope you'll reconsider that and vote against it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to board member comments. Supervisor Flynn, are you ready?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd ask the board to adjourn in memory of the individuals on the list today. And just, we're going through a tragic situation. I think the expressions by the safety officers were really important, and that is when you talk about issues, when you talk about the tragedy, it shows the people who are suffering directly that there is compassion. I really like the compassion demonstrated here today by the safety officers. It was very strong. Just to make in our prayers, always should be with the families. Just to make an observation about Oxnard for just a moment. We've really experienced a lot of tragedy there with a mother and a child shot and killed on the front lawn in a home area called Lemonwood, and other tragic events. And as you probably know, I've walked pretty much all of Oxnard, and the families that you meet at the door are tremendous families. Kind children that come to the door with their parents and grandparents. High school students coming home from school show great respect to adults. But I think what we're facing there is a tragic situation of drug activity, drug sales, and those kinds of things that produce these terrible, tragic events. Just in observing the blogs on the internet, some of the blogs are, and I don't usually read them, but I have of late, they're so, some of them are so sensitive, and too many are so insensitive to the issues. So I hope that people who are so insensitive to the issues will get involved with this big issue we have of the terrible impact that drug sales has on our community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you. A few things. I'm sure we're going to ask the board to adjourn in memory of all of the victims of the Metrolink train wreck. Only one of those victims, until yesterday, there were no victims in District 1. Yesterday we did lose one of the injured, and that was Dean Browner. He was on that Metrolink train. He's a 51-year-old family man, and he was on his way to work in Burbank at the wastewater treatment plant. He and his wife have 3 grown children, all special needs children, and so certainly I'm sure we will do everything we can to try to support the Browner family and Kim Browner during this time. I'm glad that we did have behavioral health and Red Cross here today. I just wanted to make sure that people know that the Red Cross is coordinating with our behavioral health department all kinds of issues. We just wanted to make sure that our office knew and could pass it on to anybody in our district that had injuries and needed to get personal belongings back, those kinds of things. It's the Red Cross and behavioral health that can take care of that. I did want to point out that our Ventura County Fire Department water rescue team was deployed to Texas at the same time we had all this, they were originally sent to Louisiana in advance of Hurricane Gustav, and then they were redeployed to San Antonio, and Chief Roper let me know that the crews made 3 rescues on Galveston Island, the hardest hit area. Crews pulled out at dark to rest, but they've been walking in waist-deep water, going door to door, making sure no one's in need of rescue. They said it's something to see, major damage to all homes, and it looks like a war zone, is the word coming back from there. So the team was originally deployed on a 14-day assignment, and that was extended by another 7-day extension, and no firm date's been set for the 14-member team. This is a water rescue team to come back. So besides having the tragedy down there, our fire department has stretched some. In the midst of all of these tragedies, last week I mentioned the Ojai Valley OK Days, and I just wanted to publicly announce that will take place tomorrow in the Ojai Valley, and we're looking forward to that, having so many search-trained people, and we talked to the city council, and people are really on board for that, so thank you very much.
Great. Supervisor Long?
Thank you. I just ask that we close in honor of the people on this list, and just appreciate the morning's affirmation. Oftentimes we don't look at our public safety professionals as also the sensitive individuals that we see before us, and it is a really life-changing event when you have to go to one of these catastrophes, and it's something that permeates through their families, and having that understanding and thinking how fortunate we are to have these people. So my appreciation to our responders.
Before we go on, Supervisor Long, I think Supervisor Bennett had.
Yeah, I had my other page of adjourned memories besides the Metrolink, and I know Supervisor Long is going to say some words about Mike Rifkin, who her assistant, Gail, did just a great job of helping him. But around this county government center, people know who Mike Rifkin is. Mike was a great advocate for the disabled. He was here in his wheelchair constantly lobbying, and did I think a remarkable job. And he was intelligent and rational, and he took an issue and he would follow it, and he really did improve the lives of disabled people. He's been fighting a real battle with MS, and he's suffered a great deal in the last few years, and we ended up losing him a couple of days ago, and Supervisor Long's aide had a lot to do with his final care and stuff. So the other person I would be remiss to not point out is Bonnie Ellen Reeder. She was part of the county's Children and Family Services Department for over 30 years. Majority of it spent doing what she loved most, and that's bringing families together through adoption. So she worked to really try to push that. She did a wonderful job, very calm, compassionate, brought a lot of joy to everybody's lives. And then I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the other people on this list. So certainly a sad day for us here.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Foy. And it is. I too have a list to present to ask the board to adjourn in memory and to join in the affirmations this morning. And on my list there are 3 Camarillo and 1 Santa Paula resident who lost their lives on the train. And so I'll add to the list. And certainly Mike was a remarkable man who faced with physical adversity was still very much engaged in the community and advocating for special needs and access, and as you said, Supervisor Bennett, he was a regular for years, a regular presence in both the boardroom, at the Transportation Commission, for the needs of access for folks who are in wheelchairs and disabled, and just a genuine, caring, warm person. So I join you in that adjournment. It's like there's, what else can be said this morning? What other issues? But I would just, we all know that the budget we think is cooked, but not sure how well cooked, and what does that mean to us? Are we cooked? And I know that the CEO and the team will be bringing back to us the analysis once we have one. latest on the governor's refusal because he's still negotiating some points that he wants, and so we'll see what comes of that. But in connection with that, I was talking with the CEO yesterday about also what's going on at Wall Street, and what does that mean to us, and and our investments and our county connections with firms, and the CEO has suggested, and I think it would be good for us to have a report out probably the first or second week in October. That may come both with the report out on budget and state budget impacts, and also I would hope any information we need to know about the Wall Street implications. And I'll just save the other stuff for another time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I do appreciate allowing to bring that off agenda item so we could listen to the first responders and read the names of the people who died in this tragic accident. I also want to thank those who came on Sunday night. Melody's out there, and Chris, and the people from our Sheriff's Department, and Bob Roper. In a moment's notice, they dropped to help support the community things. So I appreciate that. And I know the continued support of what's going to go on in the community over the next weeks and possibly months while we go through some of these situations. I do too want to just bring one person on this list that I want to turn in memory of, is a gentleman named Paul Long, who I've known for 20 years. Matter of fact, he was a teacher. He taught all three of my older kids in school, and I knew the principal who hired him when he first came in, and this story is just tragic. He was coming home with his family from a funeral of his mother, and this happened, and he had brain surgery that night of the accident, and then his wife was also in a different hospital with internal bleedings, punctured lung, everything else, and his 16-year-old son was with him. They couldn't get his wife there, and his son had to make that decision to take his dad off life support. And there's just stories like this are it's just amazing. Anyway, so tough stuff. But I do appreciate everybody's concern, prayers, and their support. So thank you so much for. I just appreciate being part of this community, that we can do these things when it comes up. So, and I know that CEO's been supportive in anything that she can do for them in the city of Simi Valley and Moore Park, and so that's great. I too agree with you on the budget. I don't know how they come up with some of the things, accelerated revenues. I mean, some of the stuff they come up with. I just believe, in one sense, we don't see tax increases, but I have a feeling they're hidden in there someplace. And they're just punting this budget, because I know it's 120 days till the next budget for 2009 or 10 is due, and I think they're just pushing it off. And until we get some real reforms and really make some things happen and find some ways to save money, not just cut programs, but find effective, efficient ways that we're doing here in our own county to this, we're gonna struggle with this, and all we're doing is making it worse and worse for the next year. But you are right, Wall Street, the AIG thing is a huge deal for us personally here in this. It's amazing. You get the largest insurance company in the world that instantly we can see changes, and that has effect, as we were talking earlier, from individuals who have their money tied up in annuities to businesses who are insured. I mean, you're talking about millions of businesses insured. You're talking about the county who's insured with them, and trying to go out and find, if we have to find new coverage instantly, and what that does to pricing, capabilities, everything else. It's just amazing. And you see all the major investment banks being bought up. I think there's only 2 independents left now. So we really do have to be wise and frugal and keep a close eye on what's going on to ensure that we can maintain our stability here. So anyway, all right, those are my comments. Do we have nothing coming up right at, we have a 9:45, so I think we can get a few things in prior to this. We have our, yes? You want to, can we go to our healthcare agency? There's Melanie, right, you're right.
morning, Chairman Foy, members of the board, Mrs. Robinson, Melanie Roy from the Behavioral Health Department. Item 29 requests your approval for the Ventura County Behavioral Health Department in coordination with the probation agency to establish one FTE alcohol and drug counselor to provide alcohol and drug treatment services for clients enrolled in the Prop 36 program. This position will serve East County clients. It was a service previously done by a service provider who opted not to recontract with us, so it doesn't represent an increase. It's providing those services that contractor previously provided.
So they were provided at this last $53,000. Is that what it cost for them to provide it versus what we're paying is almost $80,000?
What we're doing is that we're shifting the monies that they would have paid to that provider to cover the costs for this this position in CME.
Okay. Do we have any other comments or anything on this? We have a motion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Thank you, Melanie, and thank you for your support and help.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's move on to 31.
Chair Foy, members of the board, Executive Officer Robinson, Matt Carroll with the County Executive Office. Agenda item 31 is the consolidated Superior Court response to the Superior Court presiding judge for the 2007-2008 final grand jury report. This report includes replies requested of your board and that have been drafted by members of CEO staff and are presented for your board's review and approval here this morning. Specifically, there's 8 reports that your board has been requested to respond to, that being the Hall of Administration, Safety and Security and Executive Protection Report, the Human Service Agency Assistant Programs Caseload and Training Report, the Control Self-Assessment Program Restart Report, the Resource Management Agency Customer Relations Report, the Fire Protection District Inventory Control Deficiencies Report, the Silver Strand Mid-Beach Restrooms Construction Report, the County Detention Facilities Report, and finally the Fillmore-Piru Memorial District Reorganization Report. As Marty said earlier this morning, based on comments received from your board in the initial routing of this report, we have presented this morning 2 recommended changes to what's in the agenda book. The first is, and these are both dealing with the Hall of Security Administration. The first of those recommended changes is that we recommend your board do not concur with changing the north entrance here in the Hall of Administration to an egress-only entrance. That door is located adjacent to the public transit stop out there in the circle, and it's been pointed out that members of the public frequently arrive at the government center and use that door to enter into the Hall of Administration. So we're recommending that that door remain both an entry and an exit door available to the general public. Secondly, based on comments from your board, we've removed language and recommend your board not consider any changes to the 4th floor security which would limit general visitor access to your offices or those of the County Executive Office. So those updates have been made and presented to your board this morning as part of agenda review. Finally, just to note, and as noted in the board, for the past several years, inclusive of this year, we are bringing a consolidated response to your board. And that's a result of feedback from the grand jury received a number of years ago where they appreciated that consolidated response. But based on recent recommendations from County Council beginning this fiscal year, so with reports that come out as early as late fall, early winter, we will begin responding with individual responses within 90 days of each individual report. So you can expect to see some of those. I know they've come out as early as late fall, early winter for those initial reports. So that'll be a change going forward. So there's a lot of information in the response. I'll do my best to answer questions, and we have some of the representatives of the departments with heavier responses or heavier information in here available to answer questions too if there's any of your board this morning.
Do you have any questions or comments? Supervisor Long?
I don't have questions, but I have comments. One, I appreciate this change on the safety, security, and executive protection piece because I was concerned that language in there implied that there would be systems put in place that I think would have been a hindrance to public access. And so I appreciate that we'll continue to work to make sure employees are safe and everyone has a level of security they should have, but that we also weigh in the public access piece. So I appreciate that piece. And on another piece in this, and the other one, I agree with going to, as the reports come in, we send replies, because I think part of the frustration on some of the reports is that we wait to do this consolidated reply, and then you've got a whole new grand jury, and it's not the grand jury who issued the report. And if we can respond as we get these reports coming in, to give that existing grand jury who wrote the report information, and you know, pro or con, but information, I think it's valuable to both that grand jury, of which a few of them carry over to other grand juries, and just in the process overall. So I support that too. And I need to just say on the proposal in here for the grand jury report on the Fillmore-Piru Memorial District reorganization, I don't disagree with what's in here. I just need to let you know that the City of Fillmore and the Memorial District individually replied to the original proposal by LAFCO. They disagree with reorganization, and there's a good variety of reasons why. I think what's before us on this is really probably the good government position of what is a better process for these two governing agencies in the City of Fillmore to work cooperatively for both the public and the tax dollars. But Fillmore and the Memorial District are opposed to the reorganization. So for the public record.
Any other comments? That's it for you? Okay, then we'll have a motion to approve this. Huh? Oh, you are? Oh, okay.
They're going to be armored desk blotters that you just hold up, according to what Roberta saw in LA County.
All right. So we have a motion, and we're going to put anybody going to second this? Okay. Otherwise, you'd be standing there forever. Oh, wait.
Thank you.
Sure, I'm going to abstain. I just haven't had a chance to read.
Okay. Supervisor Bennett is in the back. He's absent. There you go. Okay. Thank you. We have our correspondence agenda.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I have a comment I'd like to make related to the correspondence agenda related to the El Rio School District. I would like to ask that we have a report back in 2 weeks or so regarding the current status of what is owed and the status of the foundation fund. And I'd just like to have a little more history on this agreement that was put in place with the El Rio School District. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, there is a recent letter from the superintendent of the El Rio School District that makes the issues very clear and takes away a lot of the money that was suggested that was owed to the district. So you need to read that letter.
Okay. Okay. We have a motion for this correspondence? Are we adding
Was that motion was with Supervisor Long's
request?
request?
Yes, I would
Yes,
like that to be
yes.
part of the motion.
It's part of
That'd
the
be my
request, yes.
second.
Okay.
Is
Let
that-
me make sure that part of the motion is that you read all the material.
Okay. So I think we understand that motion. Right, Roberta? Okay. I think that's all we have for our agenda until 9:45. What's that? They haven't voted yet? What is this? Vote early and vote often, huh? Okay. Yes. No, yes, it's working. How about if we take a 5-minute break? What, you got something else? No. Oh, I did. Okay.
Mainly
Starting us?
Just being sure.
All right, we'll come back to order, and we'll go to our 9:45, item 19.
Good morning, Chairman Foy and members of the board. I'm Nancy Francis with the Planning Division, and I would like to start with just a minor housekeeping matter. On page 5 of your board letter, it indicates that the board letter had been available for viewing and reviewing on the Planning Division website. In fact, that should have stated that it was available on your board's website. We're going to figure out a way to link to the board, but we haven't quite done that yet, so
We can give
misstep.
Roberta another project to do.
Absolutely. This item
Yes.
This item this morning is sort of a sequel to an action that your board took to approve a general plan amendment. The action taken by your board was in October of '06. The project was the Crown Point Estates, and at that time it included a tentative map for 4 residential lots and 1 commercial lot. And additionally, it included a county-proposed land use map change that we requested to provide some consistency between the existing zoning in the area and the land use maps. Such a change constituted a local coastal plan amendment, which meant it also had to be approved and certified by the California Coastal Commission. And the Commission did consider that amendment to the LCP, and additionally, your board's approval of the map and the coastal development permit was also appealed to the Coastal Commission. And those items were ultimately heard by the Coastal Commission, and the Coastal Commission made some suggested modifications to your board's action, and it added language to both our coastal area plan and to the coastal zoning ordinance. And staff believes that these were mostly minor changes to policies and procedures, and they summarized existing Coastal Act policies and Coastal Commission negotiated mitigation program specific to the Crown Point project. The Coastal Commission negotiated mitigation program was directed toward what was perceived as the loss of potential visitor serving opportunities due to the rezoning of some of the commercial land. So your board today is now being asked to take final action. The Coastal Commission requires that you adopt a resolution and ordinance acknowledging and agreeing to the Coastal Commission recommended modifications and supplemental conditions to the project. Once your board does that, the item then again returns to the Coastal Commission for their final okay, and then finally a project that was originally acted on your board in 2006 will be complete. And the applicant is here and available, and otherwise, unless you have any other questions for me, that completes my presentation.
Okay. Do we have any questions, comments on this? And from your standpoint, you're in agreement with the Coastal Commission?
Yes, for this particular project, yes.
You don't want to disagree with it?
We are in agreement, and the applicant is in agreement, and we're in agreement because the applicant is also in agreement.
Okay, good. All right, so we have no comments, no questions. Do we have a motion to accept this?
If you close the public hearing,
I'm sorry.
and I'd be glad to move approval.
Oh, you would? Okay, then we will close that public hearing. Since we
But I
have no
don't
speakers.
see how to move.
Pardon?
How do I move?
Just move around.
Well, there's nothing to start the motion on, so I'll do it.
What's that?
Just do a verbal on it. It's Parks by.
There it is, she's up. Somebody should second. How are you set? We don't even see how to second here. You didn't see yours, did you? Didn't come up with
Okay,
it.
title of the ordinance. An amendment to Ventura County Coastal Zoning Ordinance related to added text describing mitigation offset for a general plan amendment/zone change in the South Coast area of Ventura County.
Okay.
Just a comment. So this has taken 2 years?
Your applicants are patient, just along with you, huh? There it goes. Did it work?
It said you voted.
Yes.
It said it before.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Not yet. So can we go to 20? Huh? We can go to 18? All right. We'll go to 18. You ready, Supervisor? Huh? We're going to go 18. Let him get back. 18. You're up.
Oh, thank you. Steve Kenny, can you come up, please?
Then you can go back down. He's trying to tell you how good that knee's feeling now.
I think everyone here knows Steve Kenny from Oxnard. He's president of the Oxnard Boys and Girls Club. We're giving this resolution kind of out of order in that there is a special day for children the third Saturday of this month. So I'd like to ask Steve Kenny to explain what that is, and it's an honor to give you this recognition of Boys and Girls Club Day for kids, September 20th, 2008.
Thank you so much, Supervisor.
If you explain.
Thank you. I'd be glad to. Chairman, Supervisors, good morning. Ms. Robinson. There are a couple of different ways to talk about the Boys and Girls Club. One would be, for example, the difference in, say, teen pregnancy between girls who go to the Boys and Girls Club and the total population in our community. We've just done a study of over the last 2 years and determined that while the teen pregnancy rate throughout Oxnard, Port Hueneme in general is around 14%, the teen pregnancy rate among Boys and Girls Club members is 0. You could talk about high school graduation rates, where in Oxnard and Port Hueneme it's around 65%. Boys and Girls Club kids graduate 95%. So, I mean, these are tangible, significant benefits that accrue to all of us by having kids set on the right path and doing the right things in their community from an early age on. So that's kind of the adult way to talk about the Boys and Girls Club, because we appreciate that, and that's why we're involved in it. But when you're a kid, you talk about fun, and that's what the Day for Kids is all about. They want to go to the Boys and Girls Club because basically it's fun, and oh, by the way, they learn the good things while they're there. So the Day for Kids is all-day fun on Saturday. It's really an occasion to try and encourage families to come together, Boys and Girls Club members to bring their parents and their other family members to experience what goes on throughout the year for them at the Boys and Girls Club. So it's all day long. There's music, there's games for kids to play. There's going to be a minimum of adult talking. One little ceremony, I guess, some bands to play, parks to romp in, and otherwise just a good time for everybody. So we appreciate your recognizing it, appreciate your support for what we and the other Boys and Girls Clubs throughout the county are engaged in throughout the year. Thank you all. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you to the Camarillo Boys and Girls Club that has the day. I think they all do throughout the county. So I don't know that all, but I know we do. And it is a great day of fun for the kids and families. And thank you for your service as chair. That's a challenge and lots of extra duty for you.
Yeah, enjoy.
Do they have a Boys and Girls Club in Alaska? Oh, just thought I'd ask that question.
I didn't see when I was up there. I'm sure they do, though. Thank you so much.
Thank you again.
Okay.
No more jokes about
No more
the
jokes. That's right.
Oh, I'm sorry, they just said there is one in the juvenile facility in Alaska,
Yeah.
like ours. That's great.
Yeah, that's great.
That's great. Good.
Let's go to item number 20, our second hearing. This is 20 to 10 a.m.
This is 20.
And then we got yours.
Good morning, Chairman Foy, members of the board. Marty Robinson. Before you today is the second hearing and adoption of the First Amendment to the VC-PPOA contract. The amendment allows for vacation time to count for the purposes of overtime. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
We had that before. Any other questions on this? We're going to, okay, motion in a second.
Thank you.
I'm going to vote once. It worked. You voted once. It worked. Is yours working? Did everybody work? It did. All right.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Now we're going to go to item 33. Supervisor Park?
This is such an exciting item for me, and seeing an Olympiad in our boardroom is very exciting too.
They bring their gold?
Yes, I know, I can see it, so I'm very excited. So I think what I'll do is just come on down to the podium, and Mr. Simpson and the owners of Campion Farms, if you'd like to join me. We're very fortunate in Ventura County to have an equestrian lifestyle and community, and we just actually were featured on the cover of Horse Trader Bell Canyon community for its equestrian, and I'll pass this around there, equestrian trails and all. And then also, certainly, we've got something coming before our board in October to try to get some more equestrian trails in Santa Rosa Valley. But the most exciting thing today and for our nation, too, is the wonderful thing that came out of Hidden Valley here in our area, District 2 in I would hope that you come to the podium, and I'm going to present some resolutions to Will Simpson, who has won the gold medal in the field of equestrian sports. So I want to come down there and read this to you because I don't have that many opportunities to stand next to a guy with a gold medal from the Olympics. Congratulations, and thank you, too. And I want to read this resolution, and then I have some questions for you. This is a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of Ventura County congratulating Will Simpson for his exceptional accomplishments in the field of equestrian sports. Whereas Will Simpson of Thousand Oaks proudly represented the United States at the 2008 Summer Olympic Games as a member of the U.S. show jumping team, and whereas the Olympic gold medal was awarded to the U.S. show jumping team in Hong Kong on August 18, 2008, in a competition considered by many to be the most exciting and gratifying Olympic show jumping event in history, and whereas Will Simpson and El Campion Farms' Carlson vom Dach clinched the team gold medal in show jumping for the United States with a perfect ride and clear round in a thrilling finals jump-off event, and whereas it is a special distinction for our community to serve as the home of an athlete of the caliber of Will Simpson, as we recognize that he exemplifies the core American values of striving for excellence in all things, perfecting the art of teamwork, and holding steady with perseverance and grace in the face of difficulty, and that he serves as a model for our youth. And now, therefore, it be resolved that the Ventura County Board of Supervisors does hereby join all residents of Ventura County in expressing congratulations to Will Simpson for his exceptional accomplishments in the field of equestrian sports, and extends our best wishes in all your future endeavors. I know you have more coming. Also we have one for El Campion Farms, and you're here to take that one. And this is recognizes the special distinction of our community to serve as the home and training ground of an equine athlete of the caliber of Carlson von Dach, and El Campion Farms is commended for its dedication to the core American values of striving for excellence. And I want to present this to you also. This is just really thrilling to me and to our community and to our nation, you know, to get a gold. Is that it? Oh, my goodness.
Would you like to hold that?
Oh, isn't that? Wow. This is just amazing. Very neat. Thank you.
Thank you
for
very much.
bringing that. So some questions we have for you. Can you tell us a little bit about how this competition, like they all want to see it too, right? How this competition, was that okay?
Sure.
Oh, look at this. Very neat. We'll give it back, I promise. Could you tell us a little about how this competition differed than other ones that you have been in?
Well, it was a long process to get there, about an 8-month process in the trials that we had in Wellington, Florida, and then also in Europe, in Holland and France. So it was about an 8-month process to get there. Then finally, once we got there, you walked into the Olympic Village in Hong Kong, and I have to say, I think I'm the first one that's ever made it from the West Coast. Usually in this sport, you have to move to the East Coast and show from there. So very proud of that fact. And then once we got to Hong Kong, here we are at the Olympic Games, and it was my first Olympics, and I'm very proud to say that we went in there feeling like the winners. In this sport, usually the Europeans are dominant, and this year we went in, we had a super team, and we felt like the winners from the start. So it was very, very exciting.
And this horse, now I don't know if you go in the Wheaties box or the horse goes on the Wheaties box, but does he have some like a nickname or something? I've heard that he's not the easiest horse in the world, right?
Well, he wasn't, but now he's gotten to be very easy to ride. In show jumping, you use different bits, to control the horse in the horse's mouth, and he goes in a loose ring snaffle, which is the easiest, most friendly bit that you can use. So very proud of that fact. But he's no nicknames for this horse, and you're one of the few people that can actually say his name properly. But he goes formally by Carlson vom Dach every time. We don't give him any nicknames or anything like that.
And I imagine there was some special bonding that went on there. I'm very happy for you.
Thank you very much. It was great. Thank you very much.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Let's get a photograph. Oh, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
It must be that special water, or no, they don't have the water isn't as great in Hidden Valley as it should be, I know. Whatever. Congratulations. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Great presentation.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Got to get back to training, right? We have 10 minutes. We have nothing we can do for 10 minutes. Does Noel have a closed session we can do? Anybody here? John Nicole, are you out there someplace? We got 10 minutes. See if he comes running in. We'll come back to order, and we are going to move to item 21.
Morning again, Chair Foy, members of the board, Executive Officer Robinson, Matt Carroll, again with the County Executive Office. Agenda item 21, request your board receive and file this morning a report on the Get to Excellence plan that came out of staff's lean process analysis of the discretionary land use regulatory system here at Ventura County. Additionally, the agenda item requests your board actually approve the recommendations within that plan, including the funding of a new high-level intake coordinator position within the Resource Management Agency, and funding and the related accounting transactions to fund that position from the special accounts and contribution monies that are set aside each year to fund mid-year filling of staff vacancies throughout the various agencies and departments. As background, on April 8th of this year, your board received a report from Tom Berg on the discretionary land use regulatory system and directed the CEO's office to convene a committee of agency executives from those departments and agencies that are involved in the process and to look at those recommendations and review the feasibility, cost, and potential alternative of recommendations made within that report. On July 1st, that committee returned to your board with the initial recommendations from that report, and recommended as part of that interim July 1st report that we go ahead and conduct a detailed lean process analysis and add that recommendation to those original ones before moving forward with some of the more expensive or time-intensive recommendations within the Berg report. And that's what today is, to review with you the results of that lean process analysis, what has been termed a Get to Excellence plan. Before getting to the actual Get to Excellence plan, I did want to kind of tie into where we're at in the process and bring your board back up to speed. These are kind of unique colors, but on this chart are the 19 original recommendations to come out of the Berg report, as well as the new 20th recommendation to conduct the lean process analysis. Those items that are highlighted in green, which are hard to see, 2 through 5, 10, and 20, were addressed in the July 1st report to your board. The recommendations were made, your board accepted them, and we're actually moving forward with those at this point in time. Those items that are in yellow, which are 6 and 11 through 17 and 19, we recommended be deferred. They're very time-intensive or relatively expensive recommendations until after the lean process analysis, so we could really see which of those are still applicable, what the value of those is compared to maybe what comes out of the alternative analysis. So we're going to bring those reports and the final resolution or recommendations from those items back to your board in the late October timeframe with our third report in this area. Today, we're here to review the Get to Excellence plan. Now, several of those recommendations that are coming out of the Get to Excellence plan were also in the original report, and those are the items in blue here today. So 7 through 9 and item 18 are, as you can tell, relatively high priority because they came out of both studies and both analysis. So we'll cover those today as part of the review of the discretionary land use Get to Excellence plan. Before I turn the presentation over to Chris and the people who actually led the lean process analysis to go through the Get to Excellence plan, I did want to comment on the significance of the baseline metrics. You'll recall the primary reason, or one of the primary reasons we recommended to conduct this lean process analysis was to do a couple things relative to the current situation. First, to confirm that there is a problem and what the extent of that problem is. And then secondly, to establish a set of baseline metrics that we can measure recommendations and the result of those recommendations, the impact of those recommendations as we move forward. Was documented in the board letter. Exhibit 2 displays our baseline metrics, and Chris will have a few more words on that. But suffice to say, they display, they demonstrate, they illustrate, they confirm there is a problem and illustrate that there is material room for improvement in the process. So that's our starting point, and we'll move forward from there. But I did want to comment and acknowledge that each of the staff that were involved in the lean process analysis, there were 20 folks, about 20 in the initial team that came together in June and put the Get to Excellence plan. And then there's those folks, and that group is widening as we go and we implement the actual detailed recommendations. We're moving forward with several of them you'll see here. But each of the process owners, your staff experts in those areas, acknowledge the results of the metrics. They acknowledge there is material room for improvement and there is an issue here. And I want to acknowledge that they have taken the bull by the horn. The Get to Excellence plan, you'll see, has hours and hours, has a significant amount of additional work that these people have assigned to themselves to take on and get addressed. And that's really evidence to your board that there is a commitment on the part of all staff involved to move forward and better the situation. So with that said, there are a number of recommendations within the Get to Excellence Plan, 23 in all. And on this screen here, it's kind of an eye chart, but you have a bigger version in your handout. We're going to cover just a subset of those, and those are the ones that are highlighted in yellow here today. And those are the real key ones that are meant and focused on moving the timeline to the left, or moving the eventual decisions related to the permitting process earlier. And so those are the ones we're going to focus on here today. If you have any questions on the others, you do have a detailed listing and explanation of each of the 23 items. We'll take the time to go through that here today. So with that, I already touched on Objective 13. I'll turn it over to Chris, who wants to kind of kick off the review with his team members on the Get to Excellence Plan itself. Chris? Just push up here to advance in the back. Here's the instructions right there.
Thank you, Matt. Hey, Chris, before you get going, I just want to commend you all for, this coming about and doing this and staying with it and really do it. Because a lot of times it's kind of happen, okay, then we kind of let it fade. But you have done a great job in your staff and everybody. And I'm hearing differences out there. People are saying there's a whole different change going on. So thanks so much for really
Sure,
going on.
and staff deserves most of the credit. They've really embraced the opportunity to take a look. I mean, it's a self-evaluation. That can often be a difficult thing, but they've really done a terrific job.
If I could also, just before you start, I just don't want it to get lost there. I really appreciate and like the overall approach, to this change. And that, the document we have in front of us, clearly just reminding us all these are the 17 steps. This is where we are with each one of those steps, et cetera. It just feels very clean and documented, and we can go back and trace the history of the whole thing. So to everybody involved, I appreciate that. But the other thing that is the more intangible one is the attitude of everybody going into this. And it would be very easy to get defensive. And if people got defensive, you get a lot less done. And this is not the only place where we have to do this in county government. But I think you guys are really setting the right tone for everybody else as we go forward. And that's just to everybody's credit. And there are lots of organizations that would have a lot more defensiveness and a lot more difficulty sort of moving forward. So congratulations to everybody involved in that more intangible part of setting the proper tones.
Thank you very much. Good morning. And for the record, I'm Chris Stevens with the Resource Management Agency. And I just wanted to say a few words before I turn it over to Kim Rodriguez, the Planning Director. She is kind of in the Lean Six terminology. She is the lead for implementing a lot of these projects. And Matt and I are something called champions, and which it's a real honor to be, and especially with the staff that's so responsive to the project itself. But I wanted to say kind of a few general comments, and then I'll turn it over to Kim to walk through most of the yellow highlighted projects you see there up on the board. I want to take one quick step back to the process that Matt talked about that occurred in late June, where we conducted our lean analysis project, where we put a lot of the senior level staff involved in the process in a room for almost an entire week to vet the processes that we have and map those things out. Where they started from was the report you heard from Tom Berg. And Tom's report, I think as most of you recall, was largely that voice of the customer, kind of a term we often use now. And fortunately, Tom agreed to participate. And he was in that room most of that week, continuing to serve as the voice of the customer. So the committee had that report, which was their starting point. The other thing that we did before was put together these metrics that Matt mentioned, and there's a copy of them in your packet. And those metrics kind of, the numbers may look a little funny in some respects. Part of that is that pulling numbers together for various types of applications proves challenging for us, and so you may see numbers that maybe they don't add up and things of that nature, and that's largely because the system itself was not set up to collect the metrics that we felt were necessary to take it to the next step. So I just mention that so that you don't think of these numbers as absolutes. They really provide a snapshot. And I also mention it because that limitation in the data itself doesn't make them any less valuable. And what they really show is that when we look at our entire permitting process, our biggest problem area is in what we call our incompleteness stage or completeness stage, depending which glass half empty or half full. When we get an application that we go through cycles to get that project complete before we can actually begin the formal processing of it. What those metrics showed us was that by far the largest portion of the time spent in the permitting process was to get that application complete. And the group of folks involved in the process were not surprised by that. I think that confirmed, those metrics confirmed the issue. And as you'll see, a lot of these items on this list are really items about getting information out, providing greater assistance, and application materials themselves, things that group felt if we did those things that we would get more complete applications. And if we can get to that completeness determination sooner, the process after that will go that much quicker. There are some items in here that deal with process after completeness because there are issues there where we think we can improve things. But you'll see a lot of them are dealing to that completeness phase of the project. So while there are limitations in the data, they really did illustrate that, and I think the items you see there, the 23 items that committee came up with, are going to go a long way towards shortening that phase of the process. The other thing that I would mention for you with the overall project, and this was kind of a little, hopefully gives you a little appreciation for the effort. That's taking a look at these 23 issues in the Get to Excellence plan and what they mean in terms of effort and when these things are occurring on a schedule basis. And it's really there just to illustrate for you that there's going to be a lot of effort and staff time we're going to continue to put into that. We've been putting a lot in, as you can see, since August, and we have probably another 4 or 5 months of pretty intensive work to pull this together. And our intention is to, while we're working through those processes, involve our customers. We've had one meeting with our customer group, one workshop where we reviewed the Get to Excellence plan. We have another one scheduled. Is that next week, Matt? 28th of this month, to review the other recommendations within the Berg report. And our intention is that as we work forward on all of these items, new application materials, things of that nature, that we workshop those with our customers throughout to ensure that what we might perceive as staff as being improvements are actually improvements to the customer. If they don't understand the new application, we have not improved the process. So we want to kind of start that dialogue on a regular basis as we work through all of these items that we hope, when we're done, are going to make the process better and improve the prospects for having a complete application very early in the process so we can process that permit.
What's the color coding?
I just alternated colors so that they didn't bleed into one another.
Okay. All right.
There's probably a better way to do that, but that's the different coloring. The last thing that I would mention, if some of you look closely, if you compare this schedule to what you have in your Get to Excellence plan, some of the months may not line up precisely. And I think I just mentioned that because it illustrates the fact that these are living documents. As we go through the process, we have to make some adjustments and changes, and we see some synergies. Maybe these two projects actually can be grouped together and moved together as one. Maybe some of them have to be linear. You find those things out as you start the process and get underway, and we're seeing that here. And so this will continue to evolve. We're hopeful not significantly, but it gives you an idea of the staff time that we're going to be devoting over the next several months. So
I have a question,
Sure.
If I might. Get to Excellence plan. I see some things in here are, well, all these things are to help the customer. My question is, my goal is to make sure also that the outcome in land use is the best that we can do, that we have looked at all the things that are necessary to be looked at, and we're approving responsible projects. And for example, one of these items was just to number 11, review discretionary permit types for possible change to ministerial. That will help the customer. And I'm just wondering if it's always in the guidelines that the objective is to make sure that we have good planning and good projects at the end, as well as making it as friendly to the customer as possible.
Right. And that's a really good question. As we've gotten into this process, there is something of a blurry line between process issues and policy issues, and what we're trying to do here is separate the two and focus on the process itself, get the process improved, and from there we can then focus on the policies. Much like Matt mentioned about those future items, the Berg report referred to, our policy reviewing of our policies and our plans. We're trying to have this Get to Excellence plan focus on procedures, and then the policies can be dealt with, we hope, as a follow-on and separately. We often find ourselves, when we get into discussions with applicants about our implementation of policies, they get confused by process questions, and we're not actually talking about the policy itself. So we're trying to kind of bifurcate this a little bit, focus on process at this point, and not approach or propose changes to policy. We're trying to do a better job of processing under the policies we have in front of us. And we hope once we've done that, if it points out problems with policies, we would be back in front of the board asking for direction on policy questions.
If I could, I was going to hold these comments till later, but I think it's appropriate given the conversation we just had. I think it's important for us. We actually had this conversation a long time ago when we were, I think, originally looking at this with Tom Berg, and that is, I believe that the customer is the public overall. The applicant is a customer, but the public is also the customer. When you think about the Chicago fire, I mean, why do we have regulations? We have regulations for the public good. You realize that if you build buildings too close together without certain things, everybody suffers, and so you have those regulations. And so I just, as we're using the word customer, I think it's fine to use that. I just want to make sure that the planning department and the county staff always has to have the broadest vision of customer in mind, and that's the justification. I think it was a great situation one time. I was in a discussion, and it was all this applicant wanted to do this, and the person from the planning department, at an appropriate time said, yes, but your neighbors also want us to hold this hearing, and they have the right, and we have to represent both sides of that. So I'm all for making the process more as efficient as possible. That's to everybody's good. But efficient doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be at the public's expense, or that the projects are going to become less thoroughly reviewed or held to the same standards. The other question that I have that I hope might get addressed is, it seems to me that it would be very helpful if we can have a way to have the clock ticking when the ball's in our court and the clock ticking when the ball is in the applicant's court. Because sometimes I've checked some horror stories, and people say, I've been 18 months trying to get this thing through, and we find out that well, it's the applicant had it for a year before they came back, but they lumped that all together. The accountability needs to be both ways, and even when the clock starts ticking, what is it that triggers that clock to start ticking in terms of their submittal? And I say that in the spirit of trying to have everybody feel sort of the accountability at the appropriate time. Thank you.
I would say amen to the comments that I just heard. The distinction between the public and the customer. I think sometimes in this first sit down with the customer, that some education needs to take place on why we have the regulations and so forth. And sometimes a reference to another country that doesn't have them or doesn't enforce them brings that point home. But I do think this first sit down, if I understand it, on recommendation number 3, that's the important, one of the most important ones, is to get the customer, in this case, to focus
Yes, absolutely. And if I might respond to Supervisor Bennett's comment, because I forgot to mention, one of the things that we did was identify new metrics that we wanted to collect, and what we've done is actually change the system so we can now enter more detailed data to answer that question, because we weren't able to do that without actually physically going into files and reviewing letters. We're now setting up our permit tracking system with multiple points for them to basically identify the date at which the responsibility changed. So we're hopeful that that will be something that we, in the future, when we have that metric, we'll be able to get much more easily than we do today. Okay. With that, I'll have Kim come up and run through some of the more substantial things that we're working on today.
As I understand it, then Kim is the implementer, so to speak, of a lot of this, right? She's the director in charge of this. Is that?
I am still learning the Lean Six Sigma terminology, so I'm at this point like to say that really we created this management level group that includes Matt Carroll and myself, Chief Roper, Agricultural Commissioner, and Alec Pingleton representing Public Works, and we're kind of the champions, overseeing the implementation, and really the lead becomes kind of that middle person between it and Kim.
My point is the lead needs to pull the thing along.
Yes, we all need to pull together.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Kim Rodriguez. I am the planning director here at the county. We are all working on this, Supervisor Flynn, to make sure that it stays on track. There's a lot of people involved in this, and a lot of thanks, I think, needs to go out to your board and to Ms. Robinson for really taking this issue on. I think it's very important countywide, and it's nothing that the planning department can do on its own, so I'm very appreciative of this effort and just wholeheartedly agree with it. For the Get to Excellence plan, and for the record, I love the name, Get to Excellence. That is exactly what I'm hoping to do. This was our first event. We had 23 items. You have this Get to Excellence plan before you. I'm going to highlight what we feel are the important must-do essential items. I think everything on here is very important, and I'd be happy to take any of your questions on any of the other items that we're not going to specifically highlight today. But this one, I feel, was very, very critical in the process. As Chris stated earlier, when we really took apart all of our metrics, the incompleteness items that we had and the incompleteness issues were absolutely killing us because we weren't very strict at the counter. We would just count your application, and if you had somewhat of what needed to come in, we would agree to take it in and then send it out to these agencies for review and then let them tell you, because it seemed like a lot of consultants or applicants needed to be told exactly from the agencies what they needed to do. This leads to repeated submittals and repeated cycles, and it's absolutely inefficient. So what has happened is for our very first items, they were 1 and 2, there was a Kaizen event, this workshop event where all of the interested county agencies, 13 in this instance, got together in a room, and Dan Clemon from the planning department, and I do want to recognize Dan Clemon over here from the planning department. He really took this item on and spent a vast amount of his own time at night till 1 in the morning, really getting through, taking this to heart. And they actually, this team, took these 325 documents that were now required from every agency and every stop down to this 55-page comprehensive planning document, a submittal document. This is what you would have to do if you were coming through the county for any permit, for a subdivision, for a commercial, for farming. This is what we want to see on a site plan.
Kim, you get me so excited watching that. That's great.
I'm excited about it. This is
wonderful.
This is very good. This is an effort that they all sat in a room for 4 days. Every agency's making sure that we didn't have conflicts, making sure that if the planning department said that the site plan was good, it wouldn't get to the fire department. The fire department wouldn't have hydrants on it, so it would be sent back to the cycle to put fire hydrants on. Everybody agreed to the instructions. that we all wanted to get together one master project description in hopes that we can get applications complete and really getting into the CEQA process, which is where we want everybody to be. So this was a huge event. Linda Lee and Elaine both took it on as our green belts and really facilitated to get everybody together and to just concentrate on what the issues were. And at the end of the day, Dan took this home. He said he went surfing to clear his mind, and after he went surfing, he came back and worked till like 1 in the morning and put everybody's thoughts together, took it fresh the next day. Is this what everybody meant to say? And kept repeating that cycle until they got down to these 50 pages, and then they're going to have another meeting next Monday to kind of try to confirm that this is the process. And then once we have that, then we will vet this to the consultants, maybe a couple to say, we'll run it through the process to see if it works, fill this out and see if you have questions. And then hopefully it will be our document that we will take out to the community and say, this is what the new standard is going to be. You know, it's going to be a lot more difficult to submit bad applications or incomplete applications to the county, and consultants that I work with on a daily basis who I have a lot of respect for have actually said they submit applications because they feel pressured. They feel pressured from their applicant or their client to get something in, to get that date running at the county, no matter, because then, you know, that date is out there, and then you get the 18-month, and we all get that, and we tear them apart continuously and take a look to see what happened. But this is meant to stop that. So I'm sure, you know, there's going to be a lot of debate on, you know, now it's going to be difficult to submit something to the county, but I think that we can work with the community and work with the applicants and make this process work for a complete submittal, and I'm very excited about that process. So I'll move on unless you have any questions, or if you want to have questions at the end, feel free to jump in. This establishment of the permit intake coordinator, and this item is before your board today. I think that the whole value stream analysis team is the team that got together to put this Get to Excellence plan together, and it was really critical that we had one person, one kind of a high level, you know, not a planning tech, but somebody that really understood the system and how the system works, not just the planning system, but what was meant when somebody got sent away to have a floodplain permit, or when the fire department changed their ordinance to say, now if you built over 50% of your house, you would have to have your entire house sprinklered. Those kind of things that really need to be told to the public when they come in so there's no surprises later. We really thought it was important to have one person. That would be their job, to understand all the other agencies. It would be their job to keep this permit application updated, that they could talk to the public, that they would have a one-stop point of contact, and this person would be knowledgeable enough to not just take your permit application in and say, yes, I see you have 12 copies of this, and I see you have a soils report, but enough to look at it and say, well, your soils report is over a year old, so it's automatically going to be incomplete, so why would we take it? They're only good for 1 year, so they need to actually sit down and look and take some time with that application before we agree to accept it. So I think there's a lot riding on that position.
Ask you a question about
Yes.
that. Just so our system doesn't get backed up there, is this truly going to be one person, or it's one position, and when that person's on vacation, there's somebody else that will be doing that?
Right. You know, that whole item hasn't been flushed out altogether, but it won't be one person work stops when you're on vacation. We have reinstituted back several months ago when we first got Tom's report, the old pre-submittal person back. So we have that person doing that part-time. Part-time they do permitting work. So I imagine that would be a good transitional backfill for that, but all of that, the details haven't been worked out in that position yet, but work would not stop when that person was on vacation.
This just seems like such a time savings, potential time savings for the staff in terms of, you know, you get one application in and it just can keep going instead of having to continue following up and following up and following up.
It really is. And you know, really, we look like we have a large planning staff, but we only have 10 planners that do processing, that process permits. So there's only 10 of them, and I pulled a majority of them this morning and yesterday and last week, and they all said, this incompleteness item, or giving us an application that takes us so long to go through and call, and this is old, and you didn't give us a water availability, just kind of the basics, is just time consuming and exhausting, and they all agree too that this will be a huge improvement to the system. The establishment of a development review committee. They had a development review committee, or I think it was called a development and advisory committee back in when Tom was here, and this is one of the things that I think went away in the budget. But I think it's important, and this is also something that I see that high-level intake coordinator more than likely sitting on this committee and deciding when projects need to go. Obviously, not every project that comes into the county would need this level of review, but complex ones where we don't want to have any discrepancies between the biologist report and the fire department setback requirements, or any of the issues that we may want to see. Sometimes we have a setback issue and we don't understand till later that a detention basin needs to be put in the setback because it wasn't shown on the plans. So I think having all of the agencies on the complex, especially the complex projects, and setting a regular routine development review committee is only a benefit for everybody, and the staff included.
Said this, or someone said this, but what is the approximately total number of permit applications each year?
Well, right now we have in the process, let's see, I just asked for those numbers to be run this morning. So as of this morning, we have 141 permits in process. That's permits that we're working on right now in the planning department. We have 75 incomplete. I mean, that's just unacceptable, that number. And we have 16 that are inadequate. That means that they were so bad that we wouldn't even send them around the county for a look, because every time you send them around to the county, it costs money. So we say your project is hopeless. It's inadequate for distribution, so therefore you really need to provide us other information. Oh, yeah, I believe so. The update of the initial study assessment guidelines, I believe that this is this is also a critical step. The county has thresholds, and not very many agencies do, and it's a boon to have these thresholds. So this predictable level of review, I think, is just critical when you have thresholds. So, for example, one of the thresholds is from the ag commissioners. If you have land that has a general plan designation of ag or open space, and it is prime ag land, and you're taking out over 5 acres, you automatically know that you're going to have an EIR. I think that's good information for the applicant to know up front. You can design your project, and CEQA says you can design your project less than the threshold to get a lesser environmental document. There's nothing the matter with that. But if somebody comes in at 5.2 and didn't understand that the threshold was 5, I think that the thresholds are important in that aspect. And they were developed back in 1992, and many of them haven't been updated since 1992. So the administrative supplement to CEQA says that the board gave the delegation to update that to the director of each agency. So some of them have been updated, and some of them haven't. I think that document needs a comprehensive look to see how that's going to happen. And the kickoff for that item is going to happen next week, and Bruce Smith from the planning department is going to be the lead on that.
If I might, also with AB 32, that we have to start looking at thresholds for greenhouse gas emissions. Right. I'm losing my voice here. Excuse me, but I know that the South Coast Air Quality Management District is doing a major study to develop thresholds, so maybe we'll be able to get some information from them. But that's going to be a whole other aspect of CEQA documents now.
that is a whole other aspect of CEQA documents, and we're looking at that issue right now and working with the Air Pollution Control District on how we're addressing that in our initial studies and how we're going to begin addressing it in our environmental impact reports without thresholds, because really everybody needs to begin addressing it now. So that also is a good time to look at that issue in the initial study thresholds.
Could you tell us again when that meeting's going to be?
The kickoff meeting for that item starts next week. I'm not sure of the exact date. And there's a
If you'd
bell.
have somebody let my office know, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. And those meetings, when they're set on this Get to Excellence plan, there is a charter. There's a team lead that leads each one of them. There's a charter, so they kind of pick these teams of people, like who would need to be in this particular room to discuss these. And so that charter has been set, and I'll make sure that you get a copy if everybody's interested in a copy of that charter. I'd be happy to pass that along. But that's going to be very important. There's 30 issues that the county looks at every single time that there is a project submitted here. And there are what's also called orphan issues. So these issues that need to be looked at that aren't actually assigned, or that the board didn't assign people to look at, are issues like paleo, cultural, energy, where we'll do greenhouse gases, noise, vibration, glare, transit, rail, pipeline. Every one of these issues need to be looked at, and they are unassigned subjects. So somebody, more than likely in the planning department, is going to take on the responsibility for all the unassigned topics, and then the assignments that the board has given to the Air Pollution Control District, the Airports Department, the Ag Department, Environmental Health, Fire, General Services, Harbor, Library, Planning, and Sheriff. All of those parties will need to be represented at that table to take a look at their document, if it's the 1992 version or beyond, and really have a frank discussion about how we're going to get that document updated. I think it's critical.
I was happy to hear you mention energy. I think it's important that we bring folks who we know in our county or the Energy Alliance, whomever, to be at the table to discuss where their role might have a threshold or nexus to it.
Right. Standardizing mitigation measures and conditions of approval. This is another thing that would assist the county in this being transparent and predictable. If people understood that if a subdivision was done down the street for them, if a couple months later, if they come in to do the same two-lot subdivision, they can expect the same level of conditioning and review. And so it shouldn't be dependent on who is reviewing your project, or which one of the 10 planners that you get, or who's on vacation in another agency right now. But the conditions need to be standardized, very much so. So this is a very important project, and I think Pat Richards in our office is going to be the lead on this. But this is, once again, having every agency understand conditioning and the difference between conditioning and mitigation measures. And if you write a mitigation measure, that you are responsible to also write the who, what, when, where, why, how does it get enforced, when does it get enforced, what's the threshold of enforcement. There has to be a follow-up to mitigation. You just can't write a mitigation and hope it happens. There's an actual follow-up to it, and all the agencies that write them need to be responsible, or we need to understand as a county who's going to be responsible for enforcing what we're saying that we're enforcing.
I think this is really significant, especially, I'm sure all over the county, but especially in the beach area, where there's a lot of finger pointing, well, you let this happen, why can't we do this, type of thing.
Yeah, I agree. And it all begins here, to provide the training, the routine training and general plan training for county staff. I mean, county staff in different agencies, they get promoted or they move on to do other things, and then there's somebody else in that job answering the application questions on, you need to write your conditions, is this acceptable to your thresholds, and a lot of the times those new folks don't understand these regulations. So Bruce Smith, once again in our office, took on the lead for this, and he has done CEQA training. He did it last week over in the Hall of Administration, and general plan training for county staff, people that actually do this work day to day, receive the application packets. There was 20 plus folks that attended. He's doing the same workshop. I believe it is tomorrow or Thursday. It's Thursday, and I think he said he has 30 plus people. So that's 50 staff people from the county that have wanted to be or were interested in or were assigned to be, one or the other, to be trained on CEQA and general plan training. And I heard from a few of those folks that said it was very interesting, very informative. I think sometimes if this isn't what you do all day, like the fire department, it's not what they live with all day, the general plan and CEQA. And so when they go to more broader CEQA training, it's a lot harder to really get what you need to get out of it, instead of having someone from the county saying, here's the county's, here's your responsibility under the county's, here is the county's hazardous plan in the general plan. Sometimes these plans can get buried. If you put the general plan and the area plans and all of the hazard appendices and the 3 ordinances that we have together, I mean, they're about 1.5 feet high, and that's just what planning staff has to deal with. So it's very important that not only that we train the other agencies, but continue to train them. You know, when new case law comes up, or when when a new ordinance changes that affects us all, that we're all continually being trained on these topics.
Mr. Chair, and I think this is valuable when we talk about succession planning. When you have a Bruce Smith and a Pat Richards, who we know are in-house experts and our institutional knowledge, and also at that end of, I won't say it, we know where they are, and they've been around forever. So to be able to, we do need to train the future team and call on these folks while they're still very, very good and interested. I did.
I'm listening very carefully.
And here's recommendation number 19. This is an issue that the team thought. We are a team of practitioners, the planning, the fire, ag commissioners. But we thought that this issue was so important that we actually assigned it to Matt and Chris to resolve, or Matt and Alec, one or the other, to resolve this issue. I think this single deposit or billing system, we're one county. It seems like we should be able to do a one billing system, but the planning department actually won't take your application in until you pay some fees, because that was another incompleteness item. I mean, they wouldn't pay the fees, and we would send it to the Public Works Department, and they said, well, we're not going to review it, we don't have our fee yet. So then we require that they pay the fee, and we check off that they paid the fee before they even came to the planning counter, and then they get different bills, and then when we try to close out their case, they try to close out our deposit and their deposit. It just seems like that's an issue that we need to take on, and I'm sure that is something that Chris is looking at, and he could speak to today if you want to ask him specifics on that. That is a good one. Yeah. So that concludes my presentation. Oh, I also wanted to introduce Tricia Mayer from the planning department. She was my lead on this, and she just did invaluable work on this. It just could not have happened without her. So if there's any questions, I would be...
Kim, this was tremendous. I know this is a process. I appreciate all the hard work everybody's doing, because I know it's hard. I mean, you got your regular job to do.
Right.
In the middle of all this, but it's just so encouraging to see. And I think what Supervisor Bennett said, that you guys are so enthusiastic about it, which is great. I know from the public standpoint, I've heard comments about things are changing. We just see a different attitude in the people. And it's not that it wasn't there. I just think we brought something to the surface.
Right.
We're recognizing it. Always good people are always there, recognizing, okay, we can fix it. Every single organization goes through this. You get tied into the details of what you do. But I think some of the words you're using, like Supervisor Park said, get to excellence. I mean, just using those words, and customer, the idea, there's a customer out there. Like I said, we have the public and then the applicant who comes in. That customer, we want to serve them. And I think it goes back to what Supervisor Bennett said long ago. If we're going to do this in the county, because there's nowhere place for them to go, we have to be better.
Exactly.
And I think that's good. And I appreciate all what you're doing. And there's just some exciting things here. And I know there's going to be some more processes and pains and everything else, but to go from, I don't know how many hundreds of pages to 50 pages, wow.
325.
Wow.
Yes.
And the idea is that when everybody is going to be treated the same, I know Supervisor Parks looked at me and that same thing, everybody's going to be, instead of, I did this before and somebody else did that, this is going to be great. And I know how hard it is for the planners. I mean, I think I did that last time. I mean, you can't remember all those things. I mean, you guys have to, I don't know how you deal with the stuff you guys deal with, but it's great. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chris. Kim, could you introduce the team members that are here?
Well, I can. There are Dan Clement was the team lead, and then Tricia
Would
Mayer.
you-
She was my co-lead on the VSA, and then I think that's all that's here. Who's here? Linda Lee is here, and Alec from Alec Pringle, and Chris and Matt. I think that's who's in the room right now that was participating in the process.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Matt and Chris for the
Yes.
leadership, championship.
And the best part about, I just love the attitude and taking it on in this department, because this department touches so many of the public. I mean, a lot of the people don't a lot of times get involved with other services of the county, but they, I do want to do something on my property, I do want to do this or whatever, and it's just so much is involved. So this is great.
I want to thank your board for letting us take the time to work through this, because we didn't get here overnight, and it's taken a number of months to get to this point, and it's going to take a number of months to wrap this up. And I do want to say, I have developed a very distinct impression that there was never a work issue or putting in more than a fair day's work. It was a lot of people working very hard on their specialty, and it's the handoffs that weren't being looked at, and that's what this team is doing today, the handoffs. I want to thank Marty. You gave up a lot of your chief of staff's time over the last 6 months to focus on this, and I know it's one of your highest priorities, and it takes that type of commitment to get to where we're at today.
Just one comment. It really, your presentation really shows how complicated this whole process it is. It's not an easy one. It's not easy just to go get a permit. There are a lot of things involved here. And your presentation, all of you, your presentation really brought that out, but you focused to kind of simplify things much more and bring it down from 300 and some pages to whatever it is. That's great.
And simplify it so I could even understand it, so that's good.
Well, next month we'll be back with report number 3, and at that time we'll also share with you, this is going to be an ongoing series of public meetings that, as we roll out, as Kim said, the Get to Excellence Plan will vet each of the deliverables over the next 18 months with the public. They've also shared with us some additional comments, and we're going to put those in the board letter for the next month that you'll get to see those, and we'll track those and work with the public over the course of the ongoing meetings to try to address as many of those as possible as well.
I too just want to thank you. I mean, your systems knowledge is, obviously playing a part in this effort, and then also for everyone who's doubling up, doing their normal job, but also, taking ownership of this and working hard to help. And this is so thorough, and it really allows us to get a good understanding of what you're doing, and it does seem like you're going right to the meat of the issues that need to be addressed, and it's really good to see, and it's great to be able to be part of the Board of Supervisors while this is going on. Obviously, it's something that's needed to have happened for a while, so I'm delighted that it is happening.
Good. Well, great. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And after a few more months, we'll let you get back into the other stuff that the assistant CEO does. Yes, do we have a public card? Let me see here. Oh, some connection here, huh? Well, this is card on this subject?
Yes.
Come on up and speak.
Okay, just briefly. I'll be very brief. Lindsay Nielsen, I'm a land use planner. I've been doing this stuff for over 40 years here in the county. Initially, I thought this was going to be rearranging chairs on the deck of the Titanic. That's not the case at all. Matt and Chris have done, and the supporting staff have done a wonderful job. We've got a long way to go. I'd like to see those 50 pages get down to maybe 20. I represent the customers, and I come in and I'm crying and everything else in front of the staff.
You've never put in an incomplete application.
No, but I spent millions of dollars to make sure that they are complete on some of the projects. But it's a very complex situation. Land use, not only just in this county, but particularly in this county, is very, very complex. And this will go a long way to make, now that I'm about to retire, the job of whoever replaces me in the public much easier. It is exceedingly complex. And when staff rejects it, and I'm trying to tell the customer why it's a morass of rules that nobody can possibly understand. And Supervisor Flynn, I like the idea, one of the suggestions, and Chris was, they were kind enough to invite the public, and we had a lot of intake from engineers and lawyers and things of this nature. When I was president of the County Taxpayer Association a number of years ago, I'd interview people who started new businesses in Ventura County, just to see what it's like. And almost to the person, they said, you know, if I knew at the beginning what I know now, I wouldn't have done it. Because you start down the trail, and there's no ability to know what it's going to cost you. One of the suggestions I made is, you know, something as simple as a parcel map or this or that. Give us an idea. Okay, that's going to be $3,500. The system we have now, and I really, really want to give credit to Chris for, he aired his dirty laundry at the last public hearing. The matrix, they indicated the fact that it was, and something as simple as a parcel map, it was 295 days before it was considered complete. A year before we even accept your application. And then you have the process, and the paper got it wrong. It said 295 days to get it approved. No. That's to accept the application. That's unconscionable. Particularly when you have a system, as you do now, that everybody who touches that file is charging $158 an hour. That's better than I got in my office, guys. And so there's no incentive to get it done. So I think, Supervisor Flynn, your idea of, let's set some time frames. You know, or no, maybe it's you, Supervisor Bennett. Time frames. Let's, when it's in our court, you got time frames to get that stuff in there, or maybe there's a penalty if you don't get it in, and vice versa, because it's an endless process now. And you guys, this is a wonderful thing, and I really appreciate the staff's efforts, because this is a giant leap forward, and I say that with 4 decades of doing this stuff. So. And Noel, don't say anything about UCLA football. Just don't say it.
You don't say anything about the Cougars?
Yeah, we have an ongoing. It's a bad year.
No, hey, thank you. Appreciate that. And a person like yourselves and all the ones that do what you do, you can see it. I mean, it's not going to happen overnight. I think that's true.
Yeah.
And right. And I bet you they'd love to get it down to 20 pages or 10 pages and try to narrow what we can get down, and we have to understand that.
This is wonderful, Supervisor.
Lindsay, thanks for keeping it brief.
Thanks. You wanted to say?
He caught it. I wanted to say whose court's it in makes all the
difference. Makes all the difference. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to move the recommended action and strongly support recommended item 3. I think that we have asked that this be priority. This will demonstrate that we're committed to that priority to move this item now instead of at a later date, and also that we're committed to the Get to Excellence plan.
Second.
Good. Let's vote off it on this one. Well, again, thank you. Thanks for all the hard work, and I know it's going to continue, and we support you 110%. The public does, too, so thanks. Okay, we don't have our 11 o'clock, and so the only thing we have is to go talk with Noel for a while.
It's lunch.
No football? All right. Not today. We'll go into closed session. right, we'll come back to order here. And we are going to move on to item number 27, which is an item I put on in regards to a cost savings presentation for our general services and our healthcare agency. You know, as I stated in my board letter, you know, while working to bring more efficiency to our county government, I've found over and over again the quality of the people and the ability of these people to do an awful lot. And it's just so fortunate that we have the opportunity to see the brightest professionals, conscientious staff that's willing to do so much. And I think and I look at it from the taxpayer side of this, what are we doing to protect the taxpayer dollars? And there's so many people out there, and we've got a lot of them here today, that are doing so much. And I want to make sure that we have the opportunity to publicly express our thanks for what you're doing. And the other thing is, I think we need to let the taxpayer, let the public know the hard work you are doing to protect their dollar and to use every dollar that's given. Because remember, you're taxpayers too. To use your dollars wisely and how effectively and efficiently we are doing what we're doing with those dollars to bring forth the mission that we're called to do. And I think that's important. So, you know, today what we're going to do in the beginning here is we're going to hear some presentations from our general service agency, our healthcare agency, of the different things that they're doing. I know myself and Mark Lund, my chief of staff, we've been, you know, together with Mike and Paul, you know, talking over a year about all these different things, what can be done, how can we do it. And I think this presentation today is going to be an example of what we're seeing in the state should be doing in these areas. A lot of times all we hear about is cut programs. Why not find effective, efficient ways to run these programs? And I think that's some of the stuff that we're going to talk about today is what you're doing out there. So I don't want to spend a lot of time talking because we all want to hear what you're doing. So I don't know, Paul, are you going first? Let's do it. There's your music. It just brought you up there.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mrs. Robinson. I am representing, I'm up here representing the good work of General Services.
Thank you.
And once I can figure out this machine here. I got it.
He can check it
Not
out
a problem.
myself.
What I'm going to do today is talk you through a few initiatives that we've taken and also talk about how we've looked at cost savings as in a programmatic way in general services, and that's hence the title of the slide. What I won't be talking to you about today are some of the things I've already brought to your board, namely the energy savings through projects that we've already brought to you, our fuel savings through hybrids, those you're very well familiar with. So this is more of how we try to challenge ourselves every day to turn over rocks and find savings. So again, our cost saving strategies, really, it's a three-legged stool. Value purchasing, meaning get the best bang for the buck. Reduce, meaning use and buy less stuff. And continuous process improvement, and that'll be how I'll wrap it all up. And let me give you some examples. First, competitive purchasing, and I have to start by recognizing Rosa and her band of renown. They have just won their 9th consecutive Excellence in Purchasing Award, so I wanted to recognize her and her group. And this is just what they do every day. They negotiate very effectively and aggressively on our behalf, and they also document the savings that they realize through those negotiations. They scrutinize every bid, every RFP, and they document those savings. So this year we're at $1.9 million. We'd love to see more, but that's what we've achieved. That's pretty good return for the investment, I think, and they do a great job. I wanted to talk about this one because it's really been a great a little accomplishment for us, and I want to recognize, and he's not in the audience, but Greg Bergman, who went about analyzing how we were employing our motor pool here at the Government Center, and through a small investment in technology in a software package, which also gives us the opportunity to reserve vehicles online and save time that way. Also gives us utilization and usage reports and demand reports for our motor pool. So by analyzing that utilization, after a very short amount of time, he was able to determine that we were at least 8 vehicles to the excess in the motor pool, and we just took those vehicles out. No degradation in the service. We keep watching those utilization and the demand numbers. We're not telling anybody that they can't have a vehicle, and yet we were able to skim 8 vehicles off the top. And we think we will probably be able to do more in the future just by looking at that. And that was, again, a very small investment, probably in the neighborhood of $15,000. And just those 8 vehicles, not only the capital value, but also the maintenance and transportation and moving those around, handling, we think there's about a $200,000 savings just in that one initiative alone. And nothing is happening, so I'll smoothly transition to the next slide. Oh, paper reduction, there it is. Okay. Paper reduction, we have adopted a think before you print mentality, meaning whenever possible we use electronic means. We duplex, that means printing on both sides, and you see I've done that with your handout. I have to say I was outdone by Mike Powers, who put more slides per page on your handout. However, he used color and I didn't. So. But and also when we go to meetings, we say who really needs a hard copy for this meeting, instead of sort of blindly making 15 copies because there's going to be 15 attendees, and then putting them all out, and then people either get back and trash them or leave them on the table. This was just a little point of interest. Minnesota Pollution Control Agency did an analysis and showed that the total cost of printing is actually anywhere from 13 to 31 times the cost of the paper, which is significant in a county like ours that produces so much paper. Here's a specific example, a relatively small example. Again, Greg Bergman in fiscal eliminated the monthly paper report that he always distributed. So not only did we have to print those, we had to distribute it, meant people had to take them around, put them on a desk, collate them, et cetera, et cetera. They're all online now, and as a result, and this is as of June, we've already saved at least 9,000 copies, 50 hours of labor time, distributing, handling, for a savings so far of about $1,670. But the point is that that's recurring savings because we're just not doing the paper anymore. This one is I'm pretty proud of, and Chris Hackelman is sitting in the back, and this was a collaborative effort between our business services and purchasing to put an online auction site in place to deal with our surplus. People in all the agencies in the county finish using whatever they have, office equipment, desks, chairs, credenzas, and they turn that equipment in. And in the past, it's been a very ad hoc process as to what we do with those. We keep them in the warehouse. If some agencies know about it, some don't. They come around, they look. If they need something, they take it. If they don't, they go back. Well, those are all online. When the equipment comes in now, it gets photographed, it gets put on the website, and we're already seeing, even though it's only been in place a short time, we're starting to see a great increase in the number of pieces of equipment and furniture that are going back that still have serviceable life. The equipment is checked when it comes in. If it's junk, it goes. If it still has service life, it's put back in the system, and people who need that can use it instead of buying new. And after 14 days, if nobody wants it, it goes to a public auction site for sale, and it's a smooth process. Again, that was an ad hoc process before, and we're starting to see good results from that.
That's great.
So we're happy about that one. It's working out well. I did want to mention pesticides because we're going to come back to your board in a few weeks to talk about integrated pest management. But through just managing the amount of pesticides we're putting down, we've been able to reduce by 80% the amount of pesticides that GSA has been using on our grounds. Relatively small savings, $6,000 a year, but also those pesticides are not being transmitted into the environment, so it's a double benefit. And the same goes for irrigation, where water use at the government center for irrigation, we've been able to reduce by about 48 million gallons from our 2003 baseline simply by managing actively managing the irrigation and not just blanket watering every day the way we used to. And
So that's almost 50 million gallons of water.
yes.
That's unbelievable.
Now, the reason the
We still have grass. Yeah, that's amazing.
we still have grass.
That's about 17 acre feet.
If you say so, sir. I'm a city kid from New York. Agriculture was what grew up between the cracks in the sidewalks.
I'm just impressed at 50 million gallons of water.
But the $5,500 savings, that's electricity to pump the water, because we don't use city water here, so the savings may seem low.
Yeah, if we were purchasing city water, that would be,
It'd be
huge.
many hundreds of thousands.
But on the other
of dollars.
side, we know how precious water is getting.
Yes.
This is a huge savings.
And I did want to recognize our special services. It's Roz Harris, Patrick Squires, and Scott Busey, who are in charge of that aspect of groundskeeping.
What did you do to achieve that?
Well, as I mentioned in the past, first of all, we got smart people to work for us who really understand this stuff.
And you'll take the credit for that.
Absolutely. But also, first of all, plantings. We've been able to put in some plantings that are drought resistant, and we want to continue that process. We look at areas and we'll continue to do that. We also use the grass that's here at the government center happens to be kikuyu, which is more or less a green weed, and which I'm familiar with, being from New York. But it does do well without a lot of water and and you can cut it short and still green and looks good. We also
So it's semi-drought resistant.
right,
Anyway.
so, and it's targeted watering. We also we did make an investment in an in improvements to our irrigation system that allows us to be very targeted with our irrigation and test the outlets remotely, so we make sure that we don't have leaks out there. So that's primarily been our strategy.
I think they're finding something like 70% of all water use in California goes for landscaping, and these kind of measures people can introduce at their homes too and have these savings both financially and in conserving water and energy.
People in the United States use water that would cover all of New York State just for lawns.
I believe it. Absolutely. This one, I left this in, even though the dollar numbers are very, very small. But here's an example of when you turn over a rock, what you find out. We actually provide vending services in the women's restrooms. It's a relatively small amount that we do, but we found out when we really looked at the labor we were putting into it, it was costing us $2,000 a year to pull out $300 in revenue. Not smart. So
very good.
We were able, coincidentally, we were renegotiating the vendor contract and got our regular vending machine vendor to just pick up this function in their regular. This is competitive advantage. This is what they do. So they pay us 20% of the revenue. So we're making $60 instead of costing us $2,000. So it's not the numbers. It's the ability to find some of these things. Here's a janitorial example. Again, Roz and her gang. We have two buildings, 646, 669 County Square Drive, right across the street. And it turns out we had one which was under in-house janitorial, and the other one was contracted out. It doesn't make sense. These are two buildings. We own them. They're right next to each other. And we were able to rearrange our janitorial staff to now cover both buildings, eliminate that contract, save one FTE, and nobody went home. We were able to have a sharing opportunity with another department and achieve a net savings of $38,000 annually, and just have a more efficient way of servicing these buildings. Consolidated alarm monitoring. I keep finding good ones for Roz, but we had in the past our security and fire alarms were two different processes. We had one contracted it didn't make sense. So we combined those two. They now are managed by our security guard contract, and we've been able to, by consolidating those contracts, save about $200,000 annually. And I would offer that it's more effective because we have the same people in the same room viewing the screens, monitoring the alarms, and so I believe that our reaction time is actually better than it was before. This one I had to put in because when Supervisor Foy first came into office, he came and visited Fleet Services, and we were touring him around. And Mr. Lunn, with his experience, asked a question when he was told that we were using synthetic motor oil in our patrol cars. He asked that very probing question, why? And so Dennis Scamardo, our Fleet Services manager, took it upon himself to take that back and look at it, and he found that actually we didn't need to be buying the high-priced oil, and there was no degradation in performance, no degradation to our warranties, so we've started to buy the lower-cost oil, and that's based on one question that was asked by an attentive person touring our facilities. Okay, those were just examples, and I could certainly give you others, but a few we're looking at in the future. I think that there's great opportunity through just some positive management and also using technology to reduce the travel that we complete to conduct our business around the county. Conference calls, web meetings, VTCs, I think we can take more advantage of those things. Ride sharing and trip management, and we're going to make sure that our motor pool software, as we sort of graduate to the next level, have those things incorporated. And also, we're looking at a geographically dispersed motor pool. We have people who work all over the county, but we only have motor pool vehicles here at the government center. And that doesn't make sense because we've got people driving from all points of the compass to pick up a car here, drive it back to wherever they're going, drive it back here, and too much windshield time, too much time, that's labor time being wasted, and we think there's great opportunity for reducing the travel that we complete. Office machines. We have some wonderful state-of-the-art office machines in this county, and I would offer that many of them are underutilized. So if we have a machine that can pump out hundreds of sheets an hour, and we're only using it at half capacity, well, we have twice as many machines than we need. So I think we have some opportunity to look at the machines we have, make sure we don't have too many, and I think we have some opportunity to reduce them. Not only will that save the cost, but even the ones that are, once you plug them in, they're using electricity, et cetera. So we think there's some opportunity there. Flat mail is actually, it's not even a candidate initiative anymore. It's in place, and this is another Chris Hackelman accomplishment. And what he was able to do was establish a new class, and Chris, correct me if I mess this up, but he was able to establish a new class of mail called flat mail, and that's anywhere from 6x6 to I think 8x15 envelopes, and save our customers, by doing that, 10 cents per mailing, and we mail 500,000 of those a year. So that's a $50,000 savings just in what that gentleman did by setting this up and making sure he was up with USPS procedures and making sure he knows how to extract those savings for his customers.
I think Supervisor Parks has your question. No, okay.
Outdoor lighting, Alan Sandersham, our energy manager, I think he's sitting in the back there. There he is. I've talked about our lighting savings and other energy savings. I think that he thinks, and so I think as well, that we have a great opportunity to look at outdoor lighting at all our facilities, both in terms of energy savings and also in terms of security in the evenings. And so we think there's a good opportunity there. And then finally, right-sizing our vehicle fleet. We are doing this. We still think we have too many vehicles in our fleet, and we need to downsize the fleet and better utilize the ones that we still have And so we're looking at ways to do that. I won't dwell on the Lean Six because that's pretty much our continuously improve our processes strategy. You heard it this morning for RMA, so I won't dwell on it too much. I think you all know Lean is a war on waste, and the Six Sigma is a war on defects. So wherever you find waste, you eliminate it, and defects means you create better value for your customers by being better able to predict what your service delivery is going to be. And here's a quick example of what purchasing was able to do last year. This was our first out of the blocks event, and this was it's taken a while to load, but this was the under $5,000 blanket purchase orders, and we were able to our two main metrics were time to process and the standard deviation. In other words, how long it takes, the minimum and maximum to receive your purchase order. And we were able to improve by 50% the time in process and about 56% in standard deviation just by going through the kind of process that you saw this morning from RMA on the land use event. So in summary, there are savings hiding under many rocks. We just have to turn them over. And the same strategies I started out with. Can I answer any questions for you?
Yeah. You know, Paul, that was tremendous. I'm looking here, and I tallied up some of your stuff. I look at $2.5 million worth of savings, just basically what you're doing right here. It doesn't include all the other things you're doing, but what it shows is you only probably spent $15,000 or $20,000 on real equipment or software or something to do that. It was a whole different attitude, a different way of looking at things, saying how can we be effective, efficient with the dollars we spend. Also, you cut 80% pesticide use. That's unbelievable. By what? Relooking at how you do pest management. And then how you 50 million gallons of water. I mean, we're talking about water is going to be more valuable than gasoline here at some point. I mean, that is tremendous. And it just goes to show we don't need to invest millions in a lot of these things. We just have to have a different attitude, a different way of looking and saying, you know, we are going to turn up over the rocks. We're going to look for these things. And you and your staff have done a tremendous job. I think you paid for yourselves. But on the other side, as the state gets tough, if things get tight, it almost from a selfish standpoint, we're protecting our jobs. We're finding ways to find effective, efficient. And I believe that there's millions and millions of dollars. You've just proven in just what you've been doing here, millions of dollars have been saved by you and your staff finding ways to protect the taxpayer dollars, be effective and efficient with what's given. So I applaud you on what you're doing and what you have done, and I look forward to hopefully a year from now you come back with a whole bunch of new things that continue to do it. Thank you. Very well. And now we got the opportunity for our healthcare agency, who has a whole different variety of ways that they've been working very diligently to save. We kind of put Mike under that gun. Remember we had that $15 million, so you can't go over that, but he had to find ways to do it, he and his staff. So.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Foy, board members, Mrs. Robinson.
The only difference, Paul, is yours are easy to read. These are awful small.
We have to focus. Delighted to be here today, and Supervisor Foy, I knew you were going to ask that question and tally up those savings. So Catherine's over there furiously adding them all up. So, I'm delighted to be here today to talk about a lot of the cost savings efforts going on in our. Mostly today we're going to talk about our hospital and clinic system. Another time we'd like to talk about our public health and behavioral health efforts as well. And most importantly for you to meet and see the great people who are actually doing this hard work and achieving these great results. The basic principles actually, of course, are very similar to what Paul was mentioning. Effectively utilizing our scarce resources by every dollar counts. I mean, some of the numbers you're going to see are big, $1 million or more. Some of them are 100 here or 1,000 there, but every dollar counts and it all matters and they all add up. And that's the attitude of our folks: continuous performance improvement, accountability, measuring, listening to our customers as well as our staff, our providers, and making sure we're getting them what they need. A team effort, boy, you're going to hear this a lot because it takes everybody in the system to do it. It only takes one link not to work for the whole thing to fall down. And of course, everybody's here, his main goal is quality health care. And it's interesting because that's intrinsically the right thing to do. It has its own reward, but it's also cost effective to do that as well. Fiscal challenges, I won't tell the sob story. I mean, I think you know it well. There's reduced safety net funding, rising costs, more and more uninsured. And in fact, it's not just our county system that's seeing these challenges. It's other ones throughout the state. Santa Clara County, one of the ones that was doing pretty well for a while, has to pay the firm $20 million to come in and do a lot of operational cost savings and process improvement. And San Joaquin County, as you can see there, is facing a lot of challenges as well.
You're not asking us to help give these people $20 million for all this cost?
No, 10 million only.
10 million only, okay. You want to,
That's right, today only, that's right, deal for you. So these are our strategies, basically, labor controls and supply management, and you can see them there. I won't go through all of them. At the bottom, you see process improvement, and that's really at the heart of a lot of what we're doing. And of course, this is in perfect alignment with the leadership of Marty Robinson and Matt Carroll and the CEO's office and their direction on this. So we'll get right into it. And one of the things I wanted to say right off the bat was to say thank you and to recognize our Chief Financial Officer, Catherine Rodriguez, for the outstanding work that she's done in bringing a lot of these cost-saving measures to our system. She really has done an amazing job. Catherine, I really want to recognize you. One of the first things that she implemented, and everybody implemented, because this is the team, was a daily labor report. I think now known as the dreaded daily labor report. And this really is every unit, every department in the hospital, every day has a report about the staffing needs that they have in their unit based on volume, census, acuity, fluctuations in census. And every day this goes on, and it's a very intensive process, but now it's built in, and it happens automatically. Nursing registry, very expensive. We have it really set up now, so we use that as a last resort, and only the nurse executive can approve that. Because that's the most expensive, $60 or $70 an hour, so we try to reduce that and reduce the risk of or the use of temporary help. Benchmarks are very important to us. Just one to give you a sense, in the private sector, a good benchmark is about 39.5% of your net revenue is your labor. Ours is around 38.5. So how did we do with all these efforts, and how did all these good people here do? Well, you can see it right here. You can see the labor cost per patient day. It was going up and up and up, plateaued, and came down. And all those efforts, that might not look like much on that graph, but that added up to a savings of $4.4 million. The registry trend, you can see that. That's good. We see those are the number of hours, and we track that and monitor that very closely. And that's very important. And then we also want to benchmark ourselves again to the outside. That's our internal, but here's an outside benchmark, and you can see it good on the public and private hospital systems. They're out there at 1.9% of their expenses. Our registry expense, we're down around 1.54. So it's a pretty extraordinary effort, and I do want to recognize a lot of the people who are doing this. And if they would just raise their hand, I would really appreciate it. Cindy Cole, our nursing director, Tony Liu, Chief Operations Officer, Curtis Ohashi, and Christina Thielst, Chief Operations Officers. Our nurse managers, we have them out here. Judith Overmeyer, where is Judith? All right, B. Frias. Brad Ditto, Jenny Barstead, who is not here today, Jeff Hawkins, Bonnie Boulay, and Kathleen as well. Here. Thank you very much. Also in our other departments, I want to recognize from the radiology department, Kathleen Kellerhouse, as well as in the lab, Margie Oda, Al Weitz, and Laurie Khalil. These are really outstanding work. Supplies management. We'll keep moving along here. We belong to a group purchasing organization. That means a group of buyers get together and a group of vendors. And by getting that bulk pricing, we're able to get good discounts. And this last year we had a savings of $50,000 because of that. Our benchmark practice, really managing our inventories better is what this is about. To just have right in time, just in time inventory. So as the staff need it, they order it and they get it. So very nimble and responsive rather than having big stacks of inventory, taking up space, taking up our cash, and sometimes getting outdated. And so we've really, really turned that around. And that's resulted in a $40,000 cost savings and a lot of increase in, when I say provider satisfaction, a lot of nursing staff, I think, are happier because they're getting more response. Standardization of supply items, of course, is crucial for us, and GSA has been a great partner for us in this process, and we appreciate their great support. That has led to a savings of about $22,000 overall. That's for a lot of office supplies. But let me show you something in the surgery department and why this can make such a significant difference as well. In the OR, they have this thing called an endo pouch, and I'll tell you my understanding of it, which will be brief. Basically, it's a little plastic sac that they use in laparoscopic procedures to sort of, when they're going inside during surgery, to take out whatever it is they're taking out, like a gallbladder. And they use a fair number of these, and we were using different ones. By going with one, we were able to reduce the price from $115 to $39, save $76. Wow. But because we use about 10 of them every day, it resulted in an annual savings of about $277,000. So it does add up. And then just one last little example there, again working with GSA, things like a desk. You know, how much should a desk cost? And sometimes it's just intuitive, and look at these desks and we see one of them is going to cost us $4,000, but by standardizing, buying in volume, bulk discount pricing, we got it for $1,800, a savings of $2,200. And so those things that just, they really add up and they make a difference. And I really want to recognize Tony Liu, our Chief Operations Officer, as well as Greg Ford from our Central Supply Department for being great leaders in this department. So. Energy savings, I'll just touch on this, and you've heard this before. Just by retrofitting our lights and good energy practices, we saved about $200,000 a year. There is some investment to it, as you can see the agency costs. We do partner with the Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance, and they gave us a nice investment there. So that was our net cost in a payback period of 2 years. And again, Tony and Paul Wilkinson and Nolan Salonga from our maintenance departments really made this happen as well. So thank you, gentlemen. All right. Case management. This is tremendously important, and this goes to utilizing, especially our hospital services, as efficiently as we can. And there's a lot of things. This means how long is the patient in the hospital? And there's a lot of things that can delay that. Placement issues, especially a lot of our patients who don't have a payer source, it's hard to place them if they need follow-up care in a nursing home or some kind of setting like that. That can be a big challenge. If we're waiting for discharge orders or test results to clear somebody, there's any host of hurdles that can pop up and go wrong to delay that discharge. But by collaborating together with our utilization review department, case management, and social services, our system has been able to reduce the length of stay to 3.63 days. And what does that mean? Well, if you look at the comparison, the public hospital system is at 5.41, and the public and private combination is 4.63. So that's a we think, a very positive benchmark and the result of a lot of hard work of a lot of people, and I really want to make sure I recognize them as well. Rose Elliott, Angela Timmons, Jeff Hawkins, and really all of our physician and nursing staff make a big, big difference in this, so thank you.
Mike, I mean, it's hard to quantify dollars in that. But that,
you know what?
Oh, you did?
Actually, it isn't. Oh. Just like we planned it to be. Actually, going back, if I can. Oh, shocking. Okay. In the IPU, in the inpatient psychiatric unit alone, $700,000. For VCMC, we projected at $5.8 million savings.
Oh, wow.
Looking at the number of costs per patient day and multiplying. We're almost at 14. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. And counting.
I mean,
Yes, sir.
This goes back to show you, if you didn't care about that, and we just went to the average of public hospitals.
That's right.
I mean, because it's millions. I mean, it's amazing.
That's right.
Taking the attitude, and these people willing to say, it's not my money, but I believe and I care enough that we're going to do the right thing. That's great.
That's right. Bad debt and cash collections. This has been a huge turnaround. Cash is a big challenge for us, and thanks to your board support and the CEO's office, you've helped us out a lot with that. Our folks are working on that as well. A reduction in bill hold days from 10 days to 4. Timely charge entry, all these good issues here. Working with the collection meetings. I understand these have been some fairly intense meetings, very direct communication, and also reducing our AR days and clean claims processing. And let me show you some of these. So some of those meetings I told you about with the collection agencies to sort of inspire them to improve their collection efforts. On a monthly basis, we've seen the increase from, 130,000 in 0506 to 253,000. That's a month.
Wow.
So that alone is well over $1 million. Days in accounts receivable, this has come significantly down from 120 down to 75. And this is huge. And it's a little bit higher than some other places because we have a large self-pay population, and that makes it a challenge. But that's a lot of improvement. And as I understand it, they're not done yet, but they've made a heck of a lot of improvement there. And also, just to show you, this doesn't look too exciting, but then what I'm trying to highlight for you there is it's very important how the claims go in, that they're clean, and that they're done right and accurately. And there's about 843 claims there with a value of about $276,000, and the little highlighted area there shows you that 99% of those claims were clean claims. That sounds like a little thing, but boy, it makes a huge difference.
Well, I mean, I see that in the sense that if I put the claim in, I do it, and I do it wrong, it's kickback. I got to redo it, right?
That's right.
Got to do it twice, and then I still have to wait to get delayed in my money.
Exactly.
So almost 100%. That's tremendous. That's tremendous.
And that's it. Yeah. And then maybe some will fall through the cracks and not get worked.
Yeah.
But and the billing staff are just doing an amazing job. I mean, there's so many folks in there every day just trying to collect these dollars. And I met with them not long ago. I asked them, how do you sustain yourself and keep the positive energy? And they said, I pray a lot. But, whatever it takes. But they're just, they're connected to that mission because it's tough. It's tough work, but it is so important. And I want to recognize overall the people who have really led this. Karen Schneeweiss-Schmidt, who's our patient accounts manager there. Ursula Sutherland, Kim Graves, Carlotta Barnes, Marianne Fales, and Dale Hawkins. I think they're raising their hands. And just to give you a little sense, Karen Schmidt has been such a great leader in this area for so many years. And I'll tell you, there's a few I'd rather go into battle with than Karen. She is the real closer. And one time there was one payer who was not paying in a timely way. I won't name them. They were down in L.A. And finally, Karen had enough of that, so she hopped in a car with some of her team and drove down there and knocked on the door and says, hey, let's have the money.
That's great.
But it's just talk about caring. That's what's really all about. Professional fees. This is the fee. There's different types of billing in hospitals. There's the hospital, the technical side, the facility side, and then there's the physician side. And because of the way our contracts are set up, we bill for those professional fees. And we've really worked on making sure we get paid as much as we are entitled to for these. And it's taken a real collaborative effort of our doctors, the medical records department, coders, billers. I mean, I go on, IT. And it's just been a terrific effort. And really giving feedback to the physicians also, so that they can see, here's where we were coding things, and it goes from 1 through 5, with 5 being the most complex and difficult cases. And we had some who were coding 1s and 2s, and they said, well, these are routine for me. And I said, well, they're routine for you, but all you see is complex patients. You know what I mean? And so that has made a big difference, and also incentivizing the productivity in the contracts, so that the harder the physicians work and the better they work, they're able to share in the gains as well as they should. And this has really made a pretty dramatic difference for us in the last couple of years. This is net revenue in millions of dollars. And this is one of the ways we've been able to really try to keep pace with the increase in costs and generate revenues and keep that $15 million promise.
So you went from 17 to $31 million, is that what I saw in the last few years?
That's exactly. Yes.
So, wow. That's tremendous.
We've had some volume increase.
Sure.
Absolutely. No question about it. But also a lot more attention and effort just by everybody. I mean, we have over 300 physicians under contract, and they're all working together.
Right, and it takes it because it's not a personal incentive for them. It's not like I'm running my own doctor's office and it all comes into my pocket.
That's right.
It's just an attitude changed, right?
That's right.
It says, I believe, do the right thing, and this is what I do, and the taxpayer all gets the savings and results. Right. Tremendous.
And every member of that multidisciplinary team, that's it. They care because they want to make sure the system has enough money to keep going and providing that access.
That's right. That's a good incentive.
Yeah. And some of the folks who've worked so hard on that, of course, Catherine, Paul Lorenz, Kirk Watson, Kim Graves, Dr. Gonzalez, Dr. John Finkhauser, and really all of our physicians. It's just been outstanding work. Pharmacy, and this is one of the highest cost areas, of course, in any health system, and we're no different. But there's been a lot of interventions that have been put in place to try to address this. One of them is the thing called the 340B program, and that's a special discount program we get because we're the safety net disproportionate share hospital, and that makes a big difference for us. Our patient assistance program, and this is where a lot of the drug companies have free drug programs, or if the patient has a certain income, low income, they can qualify for this, but it's a lot of work to fill out all that paperwork. So we have a couple of folks, that's all they do is fill this paperwork out, and they help the patients get on these programs, and they work with the doctors and the patients to help them get these free drugs. And you can see last year, $3.4 million just in this program alone. Actually won a CSAC Innovation Award a couple of years ago as well for that program. Drug replacement program is also important because that's a program where a lot of the latest drugs, which can be some of the most effective, are also the most expensive and the one that it's hard to get free drug for. But they have a replacement program where if you use one, they can maybe, if the income is right, replace it for us at very low or little cost.
That's great.
So the result of that has been, just to kind of put it in perspective, you can see the value, and this is the wholesale value of the drugs going up in the patient assistance program, the free drug program, up to $4.1 million per year. And to put it in perspective from our total pharmacy budget, so it's a total savings of about $8.8 million a year. The estimated, the total pharmacy budget with that would have been $20.3 million, but our net total cost is $11.5 million, so that's about 44% of our pharmacy costs, because it was really growing, and the rate it was growing was not sustainable. And our whole team here, the leadership team, really jumped into that and made a lot of difference, as you can see. And I want to make sure that I really recognize the people who've worked so hard on that, and that is George Bogosian, our pharmacy manager, and Cindy Schneider. George and Cindy.
And that's the saving that gets passed on to the patient.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. And
That's great. Yeah, that's good.
This is a very exciting project. Talk about process improvement. It's the clinic visit redesign. In a partnership with the California Healthcare Foundation, and they actually helped fund some of this as well as with the California Association of Public Hospitals. We partnered to do a process improvement on clinic visits to really look at how the time patients are spending waiting in the clinic and the total time of getting treatment. And so 3 of our clinics participated in this, stepped up. Our Sierra Vista Clinic in Simi Valley, our Caneo Family Medical Group in Thousand Oaks, and our Magnolia Family Medical Clinic in Oxnard. And these are the basic steps they took. Really listen to the providers and the patients. Got to be data driven. Look at the flow. Let's see what's going on now, and let's try to redesign it. And then let's measure it in terms of patient visit time, time from their in the door to the time they're out, and then overall physician productivity. And here's just some of the interventions. Chart preparation. They contact the patient 1 to 2 days before their visit. So they also reconfirm that they're going to come, remind them of the time, and they look at the chart, they get everything ready, and if the patient needs to bring something, they're ready. The greeters, as soon as you walk in, and I walked into one of the clinics as they're doing this, the staff is sitting there with their computers on wheels, unfortunately dubbed cows, but they're very, very effective and very efficient, and so the patients are greeted right away. The team, the doctors and the nurses and the medical assistants all huddle in the morning to go over the patients and the charts that they're going to see that day. And they have two-way radio, so they all have the little headsets on talking to each other, and that's very efficient too, because as they were describing it to me, it seems like the patient is always in contact with somebody, getting information, or being examined the whole time you're there. Even when they take you into the back room where you're standing in the waiting room or sitting in the exam room, where you think you finally got there, but now you got to wait another 15 minutes. Nope, not in this system. Their staff is working with you as you're there, and also the doc can talk on the headset if he or she needs something and get it without leaving the patient's room. So a lot of exciting improvement there. And just to show you how they did, so in Caneo Valley, they went from 68 minutes in the door to out the door down to 27 minutes. Physician productivity from 2.8 to 4.0 hours, 8 patients per hour. Magnolia 74 to 29 minutes. You can see the productivity there. And Sierra Vista 70 minutes to 30 minutes. And again, the physician productivity going from 2 to 4 roughly.
That's true. I bet you the patients are so much happier not being stuck there, right?
They're much happier, and the thing is too, we're not reducing at all the time the doctor spends with the patient.
It's just the waiting in those rooms, yeah.
That's right.
That's tremendous.
That is tremendous.
That's great.
It really is. It is remarkable, and bless you. There's a lot of people that have been a big part of it. What's that? Yeah, that's right. Hurry up. That's right. We'll get treated right away.
Is she doing that on purpose?
That's right. It's part of the cue. Just to move me along. Get moving. One of the real leaders and champions of this project has been Dr. Al Reeves, who's our ambulatory care medical director and also the medical director of the Sierra Vista Clinic. Certainly want to recognize him and his whole team, and I'll name them Sylvia Heston, who's the manager, Cici Solis, Natalie Mata, Elida Juarez, and Davina Gonzalez, and that's Sierra Vista. From Magnolia, we have Paris Black, Juana Martin, Delia Abarza, Laura Acosta, Letty Garibay, Juana Martin, and Deborah Shea, the manager of the clinic.
Glad you were saying those names.
And lastly, from the Caneo Clinic, we have Dr. Paulo Carballo, the medical director, as well as Diana Alvarez. I'm delighted to have Dr. Carballo joining us today. Not only is he a great doctor, but he's also a black belt in Taekwondo, as I understand, which apparently came up in the contract negotiations. Still put my money on Catherine, though.
That's right. Mike, those numbers right there. Besides, I'm sure that it just uses that same space, allows more people to go through. But just the idea that a patient can go from an hour and 10 minutes to, a half an hour, and just that's tremendous, because that's the biggest thing most people hate about going to the doctor's office.
It's very frustrating.
Yeah, this is great.
Thank you. And it takes every member of that staff, and they're such great leaders, every name I just mentioned. And the great thing now is that they're going to take this and implement this throughout our whole system.
And because you're being proactive, you're calling those people before they come.
That's right.
That. The worst thing I hate to do is get there and fill out form. Yeah, that's great.
Exactly.
I hate going to the doctor.
Related to this, in terms of process improvement, is our turnaround time. And that's the time between when a surgery ends and when one starts. And we have a lot of surgeries, and we want to keep them moving, so that downtime can be very costly and inefficient in many, many ways. So we're very fortunate to partner with the USC School of Engineering, as well as the California Healthcare Foundation, on a project here, again, multidisciplinary, and you can see the great team members there who work on it, assessing the flow at each step, creating a new model. And this involves the physicians, the nurses, cases getting started on time, and things like, as well, housekeeping. Making sure we have a consistent housekeeping staff there, and that all those things happen in a timely and efficient way. And so you can see that as a result of this great work, the turnaround time dropped from 56 minutes to 36 minutes. Wow. So again, just a great result, and the people involved in this are tremendous. Dr. Fankhauser, all of our surgeons and anesthesiologists, Brad Ditto, our OR manager, Cindy Cole, and Tony Liu, and our whole housekeeping staff. Just, again, another great team effort. Thank you. Okay. Housekeeping. This is something that maybe a lot of folks wouldn't think about, but again, scarce resources. Are we using our linens in an efficient way? And our housekeeping staff, under the leadership of Tony, really got in and did this. Again, got the multidisciplinary team together and worked on improving the process there, and came up with, as you'll see, reducing the linen utilized the pounds of linen per patient per day, from 14 down to 11.4. And that resulted in a savings of $96,000 a year. So really strong work by Tony, as well as Wes Clark, the manager of that unit. So. Okay. I wanted wanted to just touch on too, there's a lot of clinical performance improvement efforts that are going on as well, and I won't go into those today. That's a whole other subject, and I know you know a lot about those, but those are all, there's a lot more transparency in medicine now, so a lot of these measures are on websites out there that are accessible by the public. But in our ICU in particular, we've had a lot of success, and we could have picked a lot of different areas, but the ICU just does an amazing job. There's a lot of complications that can happen when you're treating these very complex patients, very sick patients. And one of them, for example, is ventilator-associated pneumonia or ulcers. And by really working on those areas and trying to reduce those complications, you also reduce the length of stay of that patient in the ICU and in the hospital. Better quality care, lower cost. And so that's worked out very, very well to the point where it's not on here, but it should be. Our score on this was 98.2, and that's comparing us against 200 and some other hospitals in the state of California. And what that translates into, only 8 hospitals in California out of 226 scored higher on their care than VCMC.
Wow.
So,
and you're talking public and private.
That's right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, all hospitals.
Are we
And
the only public hospital on that list of 8?
Oh, no, I think there's other ones on there. Although well, yes, there's other ones on there. Judith Overmeyer, the manager of the ICU, has just done a tremendous job, as well as Kim Winans and Karen Bateman. Thank you. Just a couple more here. Automation, of course, is another way of improving process and lowering costs. We have automated pharmacy distribution system, which is great because this is a system where rather than doing things by hand, now we have there's a little picture of it, a likeness of the Pyxis system there, where the patient information is put in and the physician's order, and only the medication and the dose that's ordered comes out. Better for patient safety, better for the staff too on shift change. They don't have to do a lot of this transitioning by hand. It's done by the system. Better for safety, making sure the patient gets the right medication. And it's also better for billing because whatever that medication is, it goes right on the bill as well electronically. So that's an improvement on many different levels. Digital imaging, I want to touch on just real quick. We just are implementing our PACS system, and that's the digital imaging system, basically. Rather than those big, bulky plain films that you see being carried around. This is, now all those will be on a computer system, digitized. And this has been about a 3-year project, so it's very exciting. It's going to improve patient access and physician access to information. So these x-rays now and all of the studies will be available to the hospitals and the OR and the ER in all of the clinics. So a patient gets an x-ray in Ventura, they can see it at the clinic in Sierra Vista and Simi Valley. So it's just amazing in terms of the access that can be had now too. So it improves quality, but it also improves cost effectiveness because it's going to save the first year alone $389,000 in film costs. Not to mention storage supplies and staff costs, all of which add up to about $900,000 a year. And I just heard today that actually Santa Paula they eliminated film last week, and just yesterday VCMC eliminated film, plain film.
Wow, great.
So that is a wonderful thing. The payback period for this system is about 3 years, and which has been an amazing project to implement. And I really want to thank Kathleen Kellerhouse, our radiology manager, as well as David Herzog, our IT manager, and Curtis Ohashi as well. And Curtis And that, I believe,
well,
is...
the other point about
Sorry.
the digital imaging
Yes,
is it's good for the patients. I mean, getting the results that fast, faster, and the communication between the professionals is just good for the patient.
Exactly.
Quality care.
That's right. And all this is a sort of a common theme running through this, which is that the folks, well, I'll just tell this story. A couple of years ago, somebody was sort of mildly complaining to me that they were having trouble getting a piece of equipment or something that they wanted in the OR because the buyer didn't like the price. And they said to me, well, she treats it like it's her own money. I said, well, good. That's what we want her to do.
Yeah.
And that's Patrice Davis, who is here, and she's the buyer for the OR. And Patrice, if you'll raise your Thank you for not running out the back of the room like you said you were going to. So with that, that's really our presentation, but I wanted you to see the people here who are doing all this great work to save these costs, to continue to provide access to the underserved, and we thank you very much for all of your support as well for our system. So,
No,
thank you very much.
Mike, before you run, I think it just goes back to show that we were doing things a certain way before. Now we have new leadership and a new desire and attitude by the people to say we can make a difference. I don't know, Catherine, you got the totals? I mean, your numbers are getting so big I couldn't keep up with all your thing. But how much? $25 million. $25 million. And it's amazing. I mean, that amount of money, I mean, what would it take? How much tax revenue do we have to do to $25 million? That almost pays for a jail. Don't tell the sheriff. But I mean, but it just shows to me that people can, if they want to, do what I would call the right thing, which is treat it like it is their own money and really do. Because, you know, there is that old thing out there that if I buy something for myself, I'm going to make sure the quality and the cost, I'm going to be real concerned about that, right? If I buy it from Marty, I like Marty, I'm going to make sure the cost is very good, but the quality's going to be, it's going to be okay. But when you're buying something for somebody else and you're not consuming it yourself, you really don't have a whole lot of desire. So it takes a lot of character and a lot of effort to really say, I've still got to do the right thing. And that's what I think we've seen through these two different agencies who care about doing the right thing and saving this money. And not even saving money, I mean the environmental side of what I saw with the printing of paper and time and driving and all the other pieces that come to that, all these other goals we're trying to accomplish through this, you can. And you people, like Mike said and Paul said, it's not them doing it, it's you doing it. You who care enough to say, I can do it. I can hit 99%. I'm going to try to get 100%, you know, perfect claims. I'm going to try to collect, going from 10 days to 4 days, collecting money. I mean, how much more money is that? I mean, even though we were going to get that money anyway, right? We just get it late. But we borrow money. If we can collect, what's it, $20 million additional you've brought in? Well, we pay interest on that money. That's probably worth $800,000 or $900,000 hard dollars in interest that we would have saved. All that money can go into so many places. And for what you're doing in your mission, exact in the hospital system, of treating those people and having the money to treat those people who come in, that's tremendous. That's tremendous. I applaud you for what you've done. I applaud the leadership of both these agencies who really do care and the people who want to make a difference. You know, we up here only can approve and do and hopefully encourage you to do those things. It's you who touch it day in and day out are the ones that make a difference. And I'm glad the paper's here because I want the public to know the job that you do. And it's great for us to be part of a professional organizations here and these professionals who do care to make that much difference. And I'm hoping that this whole attitude can permeate this whole county. And we can be an example of what we're seeing in Sacramento. Why do we have to cut? We just saved $25 million and how we ran the efficiency better. We don't have to cut programs. We can be effective. In a $100 billion budget that the state has, I know they can find $10 billion in effective, efficient ways. So the people out there, the kids that need to be served and the older people that need to be served and the law enforcement can protect us, all that can be done without having to cut programs to be effective and efficient in their programs.
Go ahead. Okay. Just a couple. I had a couple of points I wanted to make about the presentation, but I did want to respond to your initial question when you said, "Gosh, where would we have gotten $25 million?" And I think the reality is we wouldn't have gotten $25 million. Essentially, we would have delivered a lot less service. We would have started cutting back, and the reality is this doesn't necessarily translate into money, $25 million that we now have to spend on something else. This just translates into the fact that you're able to do the job that you maybe were doing 10 years ago in terms of number of people that you wouldn't be able to do if you hadn't done this to deal with the tremendously rising cost, and the same thing certainly in GSA. The second thing I'd just like to point out is that since I came to work here, I think the same thing that you've experienced. I've just been inspired by how many county employees genuinely care about doing a professional job. And I think this presentation today is just proof that the taxpayers can have faith you can find government employees that aren't the impression that many taxpayers have in their mind of government employees, but they're really people who treat it like it's their own money. I mean, what a great ending, and I really appreciate you having that up there, Mike. So when people get jaded and they want to say government is the problem, I would offer, if you watch this today, government is the solution. If it wasn't for this, imagine what kind of society we would have if we didn't have a healthcare system set up like we have in Ventura County. We're just so fortunate. And we ought to be proud of that, and we need to send that message. I really appreciate you doing this with the press. We need to send that message out there because there is a drumbeat out there to try to beat into people's heads that if the government has it, it's going to be done inefficiently, poorly, wastefully, and all of that, and that's just not the case over and over again here at Ventura County government. So thank you very much, everybody out there, for sort of re-inspiring me about government service.
Mr. Chair.
I wanted to also thank you, but I also wanted to express my appreciation for the effort that you put into, certainly the savings, but the effort you put into creating a quality system. Our focus today is sort of on the savings, but the reality is the work that you do has created a quality system. And it just speaks to your creativity and your commitment that we have these kinds of savings to reinvest in a quality system. So I really appreciate it, and it's the only system I use.
Subin?
Yes, I'm really impressed today, but I've been impressed for a long time. I'm a member of the Ventura County healthcare system. I probably have the thickest medical jacket in the history of Ventura County, but we've talked mainly about efficiency today and saving money, right? But on top of all of that, we've never lost kindness in how we treat people. And so I want to commend all of you, including our director of GSA for his leadership and all the people who work in his agency. We're really very proud of you.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's wonderful coming from the new guy that he wanted to bring this forward to demonstrate to both our own county family and to the public that we do have outstanding systems and employees and caring people in our entire county family. And with the GSA work that our top gun there brought forward with his experience and leadership, but having a team with him to help do that has shown that we can do things differently, more efficiently, and with the customer in mind. And in the entire healthcare system, our customer, in addition to being our employees who we care about, and our physicians who work with us, are the patients who walk through that door. And it is the most frustrating thing to go to an appointment and you're there 2 hours later, wondering why. So to do that type of an analysis and now being able to pick that up and implement it throughout our system just puts us heads above the rest of many areas in our state that say they provide health care and in fact just treat disease perhaps and don't really do what we do. I think in both the quality of care we provide and that it permeates through our entire system. So kudos to each and every one of you. Excellent work, and it really was good to, we've all heard bits and pieces, but to have this in a concise and very well delivered presentation is both good for us and for, I hope, any of the public who ever questions what we do and why we do it and how well we do it. So thank you.
Sure.
I just wanted to also, in addition to commending you, commend our chair because he has brought I think, a new focus in county government, and it's more of a business focus, and I've heard him, he's really become a preacher on some of these things, but he really brings home some good concepts. I want to commend you for
Thank you, I appreciate that.
I just also want, it's hard to say anything after everyone said it all, but just thank you all for the work that you do, and it's so nice to know it's a public hospital, and I think it's the best in the county. Generally people think negatively of county hospitals. Ours is superior, and superior in the state of California. And also just hearing from GSA and the healthcare agency, you guys have raised the bar. I can't imagine how much higher you can raise it, but I look forward to seeing this continued effort. Thank you very much.
Taking off of what she just said here, part of my recommendation in the second part is for us to put together a recognition program for people like yourselves who, I would ask that it talks about where the CEO come back maybe with a program in the next 30 days. It talks about, an efficient, timely, non-cumbersome program. I think that's important. We got to find a way to make sure it's non-cumbersome, but that identifies and validates cost savings. That way our auditor can be 100% sure these are true cost savings. And I think that's important. But what I'd like to do with that is then have a recognition. We bring people maybe in a one-time last Tuesday of the month, first Tuesday, I don't know, sometime before the board, if there's somebody there, when their departments come back, and we can make a presentation, a quick presentation. I don't care if they saved $500 or they saved this process or saved patients 30 minutes in a room. We can come back and start to build this culture of this savings and efficiency and effectiveness here, and then we can do that before the board. Because I think the public, again with the paper here, the public needs to see this, and I think we can build that. You have already shown that it can be done. We didn't say, here's $1 million and I'll go find efficiencies. You said, I will find the efficiencies already in just what I'm already doing. I'll turn over the rocks, as Mr. Grossgold said. I'll do that. I will be effective. I will get 100% or 99% of those things. You've already done that. I would like to see a program like that we could come back and do that and recognize these people from every department and start to permeate all the different agencies of this county and come back with that and go back to exactly what Supervisor Bennett said, that we can continue to provide the service that the people of this county need. Because at some point, the money gets tight and those services will go away, and you have the ability to ensure that that happens and continues to happen. So if we could do that, that would be wonderful. Put a little extra work on your shoulders, but I think these people deserve that kind of recognition. Yes, sir.
Great. Well, I'll be happy to second your motion if you will make it as a motion,
Yes.
or I'll be happy to make the motion.
I would like to make a motion.
Great. I'd be happy to second it. I'd just like to offer this thought about that. Seen in school districts and other government agencies that I've been involved with, these kind of recognition programs. And I think what we should really capture here is the spirit that is really out there, and we saw it this morning, et cetera. And that is, these improvements come about because the team works well. And so these should be recognitions. I mean, if somebody has a great idea, but they can't, they don't have the willingness, ability, et cetera, to make it, to interact with the other people to make it really happen or happen properly, it doesn't happen. All of these things, I mean, every time you found, Mike would identify a group of people that made this happen, and it's going to have to go cross departments and all of those things. So I would just hope that
I think that's a tremendous idea, because it would be great to have them come up and tell the story about, I came up with this, but I needed that, and then we all work together to accomplish this.
So if the recognition program focuses that way, I'll be happy to second
That's
the motion.
very good. That's great.
Great.
So we have a motion and a second, and we can vote for that, and you should also receive and file. I just want to say thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for taking your time to come, for both of you. Paul, for all the work you and your group have done. Mike, for all your people, for all you've done. It's amazing how you touch. I mean, we know the healthcare agency touches all the people they serve, and you, the taxpayer, you're able to do. Paul, what you're doing, what your group is doing, from the idea of 50 million gallons of water and 80% less pesticides on the ground and those kind of things, and that's tremendous. Those things are tremendous, and it just came because of we want to see it be better. And I think Supervisor Park said, we raised the bar pretty high. So, I don't know, maybe you guys can jump a little higher. Look forward to it. So, congratulations. Thank you. Hey, Rosa, can I get a picture with these people down there? Can you guys come? Let's take a picture. Let's do it. Our 2:30 time certain. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Foy, honorable board members, and County Executive Officer Mrs. Robinson. I'm Linda Lee with the County Executive Office. The item before you this afternoon is a follow-up to a series of discussions on boards and commissions. On April 8th, your board has identified a total of 18 commission boards for further examinations. For your convenience, Exhibit 1 is displayed in color-coded matrix. It identified the 18 commissions, outlined the issue raised, delineated options, action plans, and the status. At the July 1st meeting, our office has returned to your board with 8 commissions highlighted in yellow. And for your approval at that time, our office issued a resignation notice to the Southern California Water Committee, effective date December 31st, and also issue a notice of withdrawal from the Point McGrew Regional Airport Authority effective July 2007-2008, and it requires a 360-day notice. Today's actions item is focused on the Alcohol Drug Advisory Board, ADAB, and the Mental Health Board, and these items are highlighted in blue in the matrix. The issues are, can ADAB function with a reduced number of committee members, and can ADAB integrate as a subcommittee within the Mental Health Board? Staff research has shown that ADAB is a discretionary advisory board with 23 members, while a Mental Health Board is a mandatory board with 22 members. All of these members are volunteers without compensation. All meetings are Brown Act compliant and are supported by the Ventura County Behavioral Health Department. For the cost, ADAB, staffing, and supplies are approximately $15,000 per year. For the Mental Health Board, staffing and supplies are approximately $87,000 per year.
How much would you say? 87?
$87,000.
87,000.
However, in recognition of the high costs historically associated with the Behavioral Health Department staff attendance in multiple meetings, the department head assessed, evaluated, and implemented new business practices, whereby right now only one Behavioral Health Department representative liaison to each Mental Health Board meeting. Thus, with this new practice, there's a cost savings of approximately up to $40,000 per year. The impact of substance and alcohol in a county impacts the entire community. Staff from the Behavioral Health Department recommend that ADAP and Mental Health Board remain as a separate entities. Additionally, ADAP and Mental Health Board expressed serious concerns regarding the merge as detailed in the Exhibit 5 and 6 in your packet. Each board is currently working at a full capacity in the amount of time and effort to contribute to the overall voice of the consumers. Today in attendance, we have Melanie Roy, Behavioral Health Department Director, Patrick Zarati, Alcohol and Drug Program Division Managers, are available to answer questions pertaining to these boards. Also, we have committee members who wish to address to your board. We'll take questions.
Staff has a recommendation that the two boards not be combined together. Did staff offer a recommendation on whether the numbers on the Alcohol Drug Advisory Board should be reduced?
Patrick? In accordance to the discussions with Mental Health Behavioral Health Department, staff from the Behavioral Health Department feels that there at this time exists a 33% vacancy rate in ADAP. Although that vacancy...
I didn't hear what you said. The staff believes that something...
Currently there exists a 33% vacancy rate in the membership compositions in ADAP. However, that vacancy does not preclude the staff and the committee to meet in quorums, to be able to come to meeting discussions and decision making. The overall representative of committee members in ADAP allowed staff from the behavioral health departments to have cross-sectional representations from the community to voice issues, concerns relating to the program.
So is staff offering an opinion or not offering an opinion on numbers in Alcohol Drug Advisory Board?
Good afternoon, members of the board, Supervisor Foy, Mrs. Robinson. I think our opinion is that the more of a cross-section we can get and the more ethnic diversity we can get, the better we will be in terms of this board acting and functioning as an advisory board. Okay. Right now, we're missing some of that, frankly. I mean, it doesn't affect meeting quorums and the board is able to function, but we don't, frankly, have a cross-section of the community represented.
Okay. Thank you.
So that's the concern with the numbers.
Okay.
I have a question, Mr. Chair, and perhaps while you're up there, Melanie, that it says that the ADAB convenes 3 meetings per month, averaging 1.5 hours in length. Mm-hmm. Are those, is that the meeting of the whole, or that's 3 meetings, it includes subcommittees, or?
Yeah, they have a general board meeting, and they have an executive committee meeting and a budget meeting. Correct?
So that's the 3 meetings. Okay.
No, that's not right. I'll look up here.
That's recently been expanded to include Education Committee and the commitment to the Co-occurring Disorders Committee with the Mental Health Board.
So now there's 5 meetings?
Yeah.
A month? Wow. And those 5 meetings are all staffed by county staff?
County staff?
Are they
Yes,
all staffed?
Yes.
Can you do it for $15,000 a year?
We took the fiscal impact was based on the historical data that we looked at. The number of meetings I'm giving you now are the current level of participation.
So we have a different cost because, all right, was our cost, did it include the time, the salaried amount, wages included the person who sat in those meetings?
Yeah, what we did was we looked at the first quarter of 2008, and we added up the clerical support and the staffing sort of as a snapshot during that quarter. What you're saying is that since that quarter, the Alcohol and Drug Board has added 2 meetings to their cadre of meetings. So that would represent an increase in the costs that are in this letter to you.
So this 15,000 is going to be more than that?
It would be if they continue to have those subcommittees and if we continue to staff them.
I mean, that's tremendous volunteer time.
Yeah.
No question. And, well, we can talk later about values.
Yeah.
There's and I think that's where the department kind of falls in on this, is that there's the values part of this and the county's commitment to alcohol and drug and mental health treatment and the use of advisory boards to help us do that work, balanced against certainly the volunteer time, which I think there's probably people here that are going to speak to that, and the staffing time. And I think from my perspective as the department head, I've been trying to manage the staffing time, and I have spoken to the boards about their meeting length and about the number of staff that we're willing to provide to the board meetings, because it does become costly and it does take the staff away from other duties. Again, recognizing the importance of the work, but we have to, I think, make sure we maintain the balance, which is why I started saying that only 1 staff member would attend these meetings. And when we factored those costs in, it would save a substantial amount of money. So we've implemented that already.
And you're getting, the value you're getting from that is what?
From these boards?
Yeah.
Well, I'll speak to the mental health side, and Patrick can speak to the alcohol and drug side. On the mental health side, we've utilized the Mental Health Board for all of our planning for Mental Health Services Act programs, and they've been instrumental in that. And of course, the Mental Health Board's mandated, so we need the Mental Health Board. But also, they've done all that planning. They also are eyes and ears in the community. They have access to people that we don't necessarily see who can provide us information that's really valuable about the services we provide. We also send them out to visit our contract providers, and they do site visits for us. So they're actually doing quite a lot of work.
Yeah, that was one of my things, because it sounded like, as you talked about, there's so much volunteer time. We want to protect their time too in this. If we have all these means, all this work, I wonder if that's why there's some vacancies. There's a lot of work to do this.
Well, I know the mental health board members, the ones that they're very dedicated,
And I think the increase in committees sometimes is due to their zealousness in terms of the issues. I think they really want to support the department, and they find a new issue. And, the establishment of the Co-occurring Disorders Committee was, I think, an important step in the recognition that some of our clients do have alcohol and drug issues. So they're people who are, I think, the spirit of volunteerism is incredible with these people. They're putting a substantial amount of time into this. Some of which is work that they are saving the department some work. Their site visits to contractors is really helpful to us. There are eyes and ears in the community often.
Because you would do that same work if they weren't doing it?
We would need to, but I don't think we'd get the same view because we'd be the county going out. And these are family members oftentimes and volunteers and just citizens going and talking to the providers. And I think they get a different view than the county would going and doing an official site visit. So that's valuable, I think.
I have a question. I know you basically want to pass off on terms of the alcohol and drug, sort of the effectiveness or the value that's added, but it does identify here as the second bullet point for under the bylaws and responsibilities of the Alcohol Drug Advisory Board, advise the behavioral health director on policies and goals of the county alcohol and drug programs. That may come through staff as you're briefed, but do you feel like you're getting that from the Alcohol Drug Advisory Board? That are you getting some valuable assistance in terms of advice?
Yeah, I think we are. I mean, I think over the course of, I haven't had I didn't previously have a lot of involvement or knowledge of what Alcohol and Drug Board was doing, and I think over the course of the particularly last couple of years, they've frankly become more functional. And I think that's been helpful, I think, to Patrick.
Well, my question now will go to Patrick, but I want to go ahead on behavioral health.
I know you still had well, regarding behavioral health, I just say that it is instrumental to the Mental Health Board, and having participated over the last 6 years and understanding how vital they are to the community, they are almost a whole board of ombudsmen in a sense. You do have people that don't come through the normal channels that we get through the Mental Health Board, and they're out there, they're proactive. They have basically had the same committees over a long period of time. I pushed to get the co-occurring disorder committee together because they say some 70% of people with mental illness also have a drug or alcohol issue. And that was a way I saw as combining the two boards together to get that synergy. And to me, that solved the issue of having that connection. I don't necessarily think you need to combine the two boards, but I think that meets the goals that I was looking at, which is to address the issues of those individuals that have both problems. And I'm happy that we have that. The last time I visited the Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board was in a different form of membership a couple years back. I think I was there, and I didn't really see a functioning organization there. I do have one question, and that is, I've seen the Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board send letters to the state of California legislature without going through the Board of Supervisors on issues, and I'm just wondering what our board's protocol is on that. We have different committees out there sending letters to our congressmen or our legislators at the state, because it may not necessarily be the position of the Board of Supervisors. So I don't know if that's stepping out of line or if you're a separate body. I just need to get that answered.
Well, my understanding is that the board, the Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board, does accept the assistance of the legislative, I don't know what the specific office is, but there is a legislative analyst that works with the Board of Supervisors, and that correspondence and specific issues are brought to her in draft form prior to letters going out.
You may have the assistance of Sue Hughes, our legislative analyst, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's taking a position that anyone else in the county has. It's just what your board is reflecting. Is that right?
Correct.
I'm just looking at it from a policy
Right,
perspective.
yeah, I haven't been personally aware of letters that have been sent, but I know on letters, I believe anyway, any letters that the Mental Health Board has drafted, they usually, I believe, have gone through the proper channels. But it's good, it's certainly a point to make.
Sure. There's a different statutory role of the Mental Health Board actually has a clear statutory role.
Right.
The Alcohol and Drug Advisory is advisory. So I would ask the same, I would have concern with the same question as to letters that are written, perhaps under the statutes for the Mental Health Board. They have that role and authority. I don't know, so it's a good question to answer. But I would think that the Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board would have to come through our legislative review and platform and agreement. So, good question.
I served for
some time on the mental health board, and probably 95% of the members, I'm sure it still is true, are totally engaged in all the activities. The mental health board is very sensitive about protocol. I don't ever remember any letter being written to the legislature without coming through the channels and going through the board finally. But I'm not sure about combining them because I get a feeling from the mental health board they're not in favor of it. And I would hate to see that interest dissipate and finally their activity and engagement disappear because it's one of the best boards we have in Ventura County. That's not to say the other board isn't. I'm just telling you my experience on the mental health board.
We had a question regarding your recommendation based on the number. We have 4 people appointed by each supervisor plus another 3 on the ADAB. And
I think we did get the answers that they appreciated the diversity that they get from having the large numbers. But I do want to ask you, Patrick. Melanie was saying she believes that there's been some valuable input. Alcohol Drug Advisory Board, what role are they playing in terms of step 2, which is advising on policies and goals of the county alcohol and drug program? You feel like you're getting effective advice there?
Yes, I do. And going back to the impression that the board left from several years ago, I found it in the same level of perhaps dysfunction. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I think that there's been a tremendous effort made by the current membership and by the leadership of them to but to in fact structure itself in a way that they have become more efficient. They look at data, they make informed decisions based on the specific regulations and policies that impact alcohol and drug programs, which are unique to ADP. Separate from mental health, the funding streams are completely different. They have specialized knowledge in the DUI program, which admits over 3,000 people to its program every year. And so they've been able to advise us on a myriad of things, specifically in regards to populations that are underserved, such as youth and adolescents.
Great. Okay, thank you. I'd like to offer this because I'd like to get it said before the speakers come up. Anybody who wants to deal with that issue, but I have a similar view, and it really comes from some people that were on the Alcohol Drug Advisory Board, people that had pretty good backgrounds in the field and stuff, and this was from a number of years ago, and they left in frustration, saying, this is not a group that feels productive or getting anything done. So I'm happy to hear, and congratulations to the members of the Alcohol Drug Advisory Board now, that there has been a change. I think that's the challenge. I think whenever you're doing this work, it's hard to move a reputation like that once it gets established. And I think you're sort of hearing a number of people use that term much better now, but that we did have a problem in the past. So I think that's the challenge, is to as we're reviewing these committees, make sure that the committees are functioning well enough that they're producing the value for the citizens, right? That justify sort of all of the staff efforts with them and stuff. Great, thank you. All right.
Can I ask one more question? Do you have a policy if you don't show up in 2 meetings in a row, you're out, for example? I mean, if you have a third of the people who don't show up at your meetings on a regular basis, it sounds like you may have some people who may not show up for repetitive meetings.
I think it's vacancies.
Vacancies also.
The vacancies are causing the 33%, right? It's a 33% vacancy rate that they have.
And the board has taken steps in the past to remind the membership, and they have acted on what the parameters are within their bylaws as far as notifying individuals who have not shown up in a consistent manner, and those people have moved on.
Do you have recommendations regarding that diversity? For example, the Mental Health Board has specific requirements for diversity. Is there any kind of diversity requirements with the ADAB?
There's not requirements per se, but I would say that, and maybe one of the individuals speak to this today, we have recruited and sustained youth involvement in our advisory boards. We have a position for youth at large, and that's been a significant help in looking at the various issues that pertain to adolescent treatment.
I might add, at 3:40 today, I'm interviewing a potential youth applicant for the Alcohol Drug Advisory Board. We've been really trying to focus on these youth to be on there. It's a challenge to get the youth to spend the time and all of that, so I'm happy that we've been able to do that. So whether we're done with the meeting or not, at 3:40, I will be up there interviewing our youth. Right.
So that's the hint, we gotta go.
I have a question of staff. We're talking about the percentage of vacancies. It is 4 members per board member. If that was reduced to 3, do you think that would have a material impact on the diversity that you're trying to achieve?
Well, I believe it would. I think Melanie stated it best that, obviously we want to expand that, not contract that. The functioning of the board, I think, would only be enhanced by an enlarged membership. And I do think that as we look to these different populations, for example, with youth, that we're adding credibility to the board's function for the department.
Staff's consistent in that answer, right? I appreciate the consistency in staff's answer about that, because we've come at that a number of different ways. I do have one other thing that's going to get on the radar screen, just as a way to deal with if you're having a quorum problem, and you may not, but if you are, is to have one of the members be an alternate, and that they're only an alternate sort of on an official basis, so that you decrease the number that you need for the quorum, yet everybody is there, everybody participates, everybody votes, and only if you had the rare situation where you had a 12 to 13, split, would you have to actually call out who the alternates were and stuff. But it could solve some problems that you have as alternates, and I just want to throw that out. But that would be up to you guys if that would help you solve that problem, particularly when you have a number of vacancies. The vacancies could be the alternates, in those situations.
I think one of the ways, from my perspective, that I would like to manage this with the boards, with their cooperation, kind of collaboratively with the department, is in the creation of subcommittees. I think that, because we do have to staff them, and I respect their interest in creating committees and doing the work, but I think that we do need to probably monitor how many subcommittees are created and make sure that doesn't get overwhelming.
Thank you.
Yeah, because when you look at these together, we're talking way over $100,000. Okay, let's bring up some speakers if we have questions. Cliff Williams.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Cliff Williams, and I am a member of ADAB. I'm also last term's chairman, and I'm the current area commander of the Moore Park CHP office that covers all of eastern Ventura County. What I'd like to say today is the county is benefiting greatly because of ADAB. Since I arrived on the board a couple of years ago, I have been pointed in the right direction in terms of working on some very beneficial programs for the county. Besides the CHP doing its own work, we have worked with ADAB to start getting involved in other programs. And as a result of my involvement with ADAB and with their support, the California Highway Patrol Moorpark area, out of 102 field offices in the state, was 2 weeks ago awarded this California Law Enforcement Challenge Award for underage drinking prevention. And I'm very proud of this. I accepted the award not on behalf of myself or just my office, but of ADAB and all the many stakeholders who worked with us to get this award. And this was a pretty stiff competition, and I thank the members of ADAB who helped the CHP in Moorpark get this award. Now, how would I describe our ADAB meetings? There's a lot of collaboration that goes on to deal with the problems that we're having today, all the arrests that are being made and taking care of people who are already in trouble. But we're equally devoted to getting the word out and trying to prevent these problems of alcohol and drug abuse with our many young people. And the best way I can describe that collaboration is synergy. It's a very strong synergy, and it's moving in the right direction. Just last week, we had a meeting regarding the Safe Bars Task Force, and as a side note, 2 of the top 10 areas with the highest number of offending bars that puts out the most drunk drivers is coming from within eastern Ventura County, a bar in Simi Valley and one in Thousand Oaks. We're going to continue working hard to make a positive difference, and I thank the ADAB for assisting me in that endeavor. I'm done, so if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Congratulations on your award, though.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, yeah.
What are the name of the bars?
In the top one, I believe, is Crown and Anchor in Thousand Oaks, and the number 2 is Judge Roy Beams in Simi Valley. And I know that my CHP officers are probably responsible for upping those numbers based on their vigorous work and DUI arrests.
Yeah. Well, and thank you for your work, your double duty on this board. It is appreciated.
Thank you.
I know you have a full plate, and the social host ordinance support that came through ADAB was very important too. So, and the work. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cliff.
Thank you.
Okay, Gene Rothman.
Good afternoon, Chairman Foy, CEO Robinson, County Council, and supervisors. I'm a little nervous, so I'm sorry.
We'll keep our comments to 3 minutes, so you can watch this. Okay, thank you.
All right. So I'm currently the chair of the Ventura County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board, and the Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board is made up of highly qualified and dedicated individuals who volunteer their time to help the county make informed decisions about the very widespread, difficult problem of substance abuse that Ventura County faces. While we recognize that there is a part of the addicted population that suffer from co-occurring disorders, that alone is not a good reason to merge the 2 boards. Research has shown that patients who have co-occurring disorders need to be treated separately for the mental health issue and for the addiction issue. They're both separate diseases that have a certain amount of meshing, but a patient who comes in for an addiction problem is screened to see if they also have a mental illness, and then those are treated separately. And that's why, one of the reasons the boards, I believe, need to stay separate. There are a number of issues that the Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board addresses which are separate from those of the Mental Health Board. Our board continues to put a considerable amount of effort into looking at the best way to educate our communities about the considerable costs to society that are a result of drug and alcohol abuse. On our board, we have law enforcement members that inform us about the costs to the residents of the county which result from people driving under the influence. They also help advise the county ADP department about what they see happening on the streets. We have on our board, in addition, people working with the schools and students and who attend our schools and who also see the destruction of young lives that we believe could be saved. We have people on our board who have worked on or with probation, and we have parents who have witnessed their own children's problems with addiction. We also have drug and alcohol counselors, of which I am one, who have worked with the addicted population. We have business executives who want to help figure out how the best way is to manage the very limited county funds that we have to operate with for a very large problem that we have in the county. We have a number of people that have or continue to work with nonprofit organizations as well, and public health organizations. We also have recovering addicts on our board who offer their own unique perspective on the issues of substance abuse. All this experience and knowledge and willingness to devote personal time at no cost to the county, at least in terms of the volunteers, and I'm not sure why the Board of Supervisors would want to discourage this kind of board. If you build out our hourly time, it would be a lot of money for the volunteers I'm speaking of. Okay, I have 2 paragraphs. All right. I believe there are considerably more substance abuse patients treated in our county than there are mental health patients at this time. The treatment happens with a county contribution that is considerably less than that for the mental health. If California State Proposition 5, the nonviolent drug offenses, sentencing, parole, and rehabilitation proposition passes, there is going to be a huge and immediate need for all the drug and alcohol advice this county can get.
Good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Bill Miley?
My name is Bill Miley. I live in Ojai. I spent years in public health here, and I've been on the advisory board appointed by Supervisor Bennett since 1991. I am the legislative group chair. By having it as a group, we don't have to have it staffed, so there's no money involved. I do it from home using a computer and a connection to the state legislative office. 2 years ago, we dealt with the issue about writing letters, and we consulted and actually had a meeting with Susan Hughes, your government analyst, and she provided us with a policy that clearly says, as long as this board does not represent in the letter that we're representing the Board of Supervisors, and it's only our opinion, it's okay. So we talked to her about the other possibility, which was to send our interest to her, and she said, it's usually not on your legislative list for the year, and nothing will happen. So I just request that you check with her, because we were concerned about it, and she formally said it was okay. Okay. In the past several years, with organizational changes in behavioral health, alcohol one time was a separate department, and when it was restructured, a lot of things happened, and it made it really difficult. It was confusing. We had a special meeting with Linda Schulman a couple of years ago to straighten it out, and since then, with Patrick taking over, things have been getting a lot more steady and a lot more systematic, but it was kind of really a mess for a couple of years. We didn't know what was going on, from my point of view. With all the major problems happening in substance abuse, things change really rapidly, so we get constantly new challenges. As an example, in yesterday's Los Angeles Times, boomers are now using more drug medication for addictive behaviors. Young people are, as you know, using medicines from the family medicine, and we're getting a lot more clients. We have a wonderful production program for training people in Ventura County at Oxnard College. You may have seen this. It was in the career bulletin, Bill Silly's program at Oxnard College, so we're getting highly qualified people to staff the programs. The board had actually, there were 3 items that were in your document that talked about what we do, and I'd like to refer you to our annual report. We've done a whole bunch more. We've supported a school-based program where counselors are in schools and high schools. We've supported supplemental requests to the board for methamphetamine and detox services. We've successfully supported a legislation for labeling alcohol pops so that the alcohol portion of the fruit drink is now much more apparent.
So we need to move
Okay,
on.
we ran out of time, but anyway.
Thank you.
We're coming together and we're a good board. New members come on and they need time to get up and running.
Thank you very much.
If I could just mention something, Bill Miley is probably one of the hardest working people in this community that I have certainly worked with. And I know everybody on both of these boards works really hard, but Bill has knocked it out of the park in terms of the issues he's been willing to get involved with and the time he's willing to put in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill.
Pamela Roach?
Good afternoon. I'll be brief as I have to get back to work. My name is Pam Roach, and I'm the chair of the Mental Health Board. And I have submitted a letter as directed by the Mental Health Board outlining our objections to the merging of the boards. So I don't want to reiterate those points here, but rather address the practical considerations if the boards are combined. Our Mental Health Board meeting, the general meeting, currently runs about 2.5 hours on a good meeting, and generally longer. Combining the boards would increase the meeting time of the general meeting as well as that of the executive board, as those two would be combined. When our meetings, it's been my experience, approach the 3-hour mark, many times members have to leave. They have other commitments, but we still have business that we have to do. So that's one reason I really don't want to see the merger, as it would increase the meeting time. We have to be respectful of the time commitments made by the volunteers, because in addition to coming to the general meeting or the executive board, they serve on the subcommittees too. Another point is the difficulty of achieving a balance representing the needs of the stakeholders of both boards if the boards were blended. I feel the effectiveness of the combined board would be diluted, and it is those individuals we represent, the stakeholders, who are least able to advocate for themselves, and they would be the ones impacted. And finally, board development, as well as board member development, as you know, is slow and sometimes difficult. Currently, both boards are fully functioning with members committed to the vision and mission of their respective boards. Combining the boards will result in a step backwards, in my opinion, as we will have to redefine the vision, the mission, the process, and the goals of this new board. We will lose valued members from both boards due to practical considerations, the increased length of the meetings, the change in the meeting time as the Mental Health Board meets in the afternoon, drug and alcohol in the evening, and that will impact whether people can attend, and also in the change of focus of the board. And so I urge you to oppose the merger. Thank you.
I have a question. One, thank you. I know you do tremendous work, as do all the members. 8 meetings a month? There are 8 meetings a month of the Mental Health Board?
Well, there is general, budget, executive, co-occurring, and then the age group for children, transition age youth, adult, and older adults.
And does everybody meet during those times?
I'm sorry?
There's subcommittee, even a subcommittee
There's
meeting.
subcommittee. So I chair the children's committee in addition to the board.
How many people are on your subcommittee?
On mine, it varies. It's a cross section. I would say they're not all board members. They're from the community. So I would say approximately 15 to 20 that attend over a period of time.
Wow.
So they're parents, the SELPA, CBOs.
This is tremendous volunteers. That's wonderful.
HSA.
Wow.
So,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Nancy Borcher?
I'm Nancy Borchard, and Pam has said everything so well. I don't know much more of what I can say, other than to reiterate that we do have, in addition to our mandates to oversee what's going on in the department, there's lots of work to be done coming up with the Mental Health Services Act in planning and public hearings and those kinds of things. That takes an inordinate amount of time. It just about did us in the first go-around with trying to get all those community services up and going. And now the whole other issue is that we need to oversee those while there's a new oversight committee being formed. It's many of our mental health board members will also be serving on that.
Another meeting.
The other thing, only other real important thing I think that we can say is that each board member, whether you're alcohol and drug or mental health, we come to that board with a passion for that issue. If we were really interested in drugs and alcohol, we would be on that board, or we would want to be on that board. The fact that we do have a committee that serves both of those needs, I serve on that committee because I do have a passion for both things, but not everybody does. Some have only an interest in the severely mentally ill, and that's really their focus. And so I think we would dilute the passion that comes to this with volunteerism. And I think passion is what drives us to volunteer. So I do think we're at risk of losing our volunteers. And the whole restructuring and all that just sounds too crazy. I do have to say that from my perspective, I came on this board when it was in total disarray. And I've seen it grow into a really fully functioning good board, and I would really hate to see that go away. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chairman Ford, I'm going to head up so I can be ready for that appointment with that young lady because she's on a tight time schedule also. I just wanted to offer these thoughts. I appreciate, I've watched Nancy over the years, do a great job, and she's right. There's been some tremendous improvements, and both of these boards are in much better shape than they used to be. I think, like so many times when we try to touch or investigate these programs, and when you get closer to them, you realize all the good things that are going on. At this point in time, my input for the board would be I'm not interested in merging the two boards. I think they've made a pretty compelling case. The board members and staff have made a pretty compelling case. And I just would offer the challenge to them is to make sure your boards don't slip back to the boards that I think some people are referring to in terms of what was happening before and stuff. And that's the challenge, and it's a challenge that we all face constantly and stuff. But thank you very much, and I'm sorry that I've got this.
Thank you. No problem. Appreciate your comments. Can I ask a question? This may be of Noel or Roberta. Are these meetings Brown Act meetings?
Yes, they are.
They are.
That includes the committee meetings, not just the board meetings. In particular, where you have members of a Brown Act board that then meet with people who are not on the board itself. You don't qualify for an exemption from the Brown Act, so those have to be noticed and posted also.
You guys are going through that within 8 or 9 meetings, and okay. More cards? Oh no, I've got another one. Okay, Judith Walker. I just had a question in between there. When she started talking about all these meetings, I was just.
I'm really happy that this issue has come before you and us so that I can address it in its entirety and add to what my colleagues have already said. Several things. One is the board, since I've been on, which is like 3 or 4 years, the mental health board, which is my position, is really come along in terms of working with department, working with the state and the State Department of Mental Health, California Department of Mental Health. I'm really pleased and proud to be part of that group. We all get along well and function in an excellent way. I don't know anything about alcohol and drug, by the way. It's the only area in healthcare that I've not had exposure to. I know something about it. I know that there is some genetic component to it. In terms of the major mental illnesses, on the other hand, they are neurobiological disorders. They're very different. That's what we're working with. That's what we're charged with. The state has also charged us to be very active in the Prop 63, which is huge. And a lot of the subcommittees really were born out of Prop 63. I was the original chair of the TAY, Transitional Age Youth Committee, and that's where TAY came from. I was the first one to do it and step up, even though I didn't know I had an interest in it at the time. Also, this co-occurring disorders, dual diagnosis, whole realm from a clinician. I've been in the field for 32 years, and I've worked in every possible area of mental health, but just not chemical dependency. Dual diagnosis is very important. I was really there wanting that to be explored. At the same time, it's become something at times that people like to just pull all together. It's kind of like way back, I guess it must have been way back, when Time magazine came out with all the repressed memory stuff and, all these things that had to mean that you were molested. I had people come in my office saying, I must have had this because I have this. And, the dual diagnosis subcommittee is an outgrowth of, from my mind, what you all wanted. It's very important, but it doesn't cover all of the people that have alcohol and drug problems that don't fall into major mental illnesses, which is about 40% is what I was told. You quoted a different number, Supervisor Parks. So we'd have to ask again about that. If you add up the monies that we donate, I know my time in terms of what I make in the office, and several of the other people who give their time, it would far, far, far exceed what you're spending. There is no question in my mind about that. And I think about that when I think about my commitment and what I'm going to do next and what I can participate in and what time it's going to be. And I do it because my heart's there and because I make money at what I do and I want to give back. I'm no longer working, in a hospital where you don't make much money. And I need to be able to do that. There are a lot of us who would step down, and I'm afraid I'd have to include myself because I can't do any more and I can't sit as long as would be required. I can barely sit through our meetings. I'm just not good at it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Barely sit through this one. Oh, one more. We have Karen Bates.
Hi, everybody. I'm Karen, and on the Mental Health Board. I'm also a client in the Client Network, NAMI, Recovery Innovations, Partners in Housing, you name it, ever since 1995. So I just want to tell you that all along through the Mental Health Board experience, I noticed that parallels that the ADAB. They are certainly our brother or sister. And so I'd like for you to consider boosting them. Maybe they could be the alcohol and drug component of the Mental Health Board in their own right, and they could have a supervisor appoint 20% clients, 20% family members, and the rest professionals, and they could have their own meetings, and we could have at least 2 members of each board be cross coverers of the information to bring tidings back and forth. We could work all this out if you were interested. I think it's the Alcohol and Drug Board is so important because, for instance, we're working with major mental illnesses. But as we know, for teenagers alone, the greatest cause of fatalities is drug and alcohol-induced fatal accidents on the highway. We can't deal with all of that at the mental health level, but we could certainly, cross some bridges with alcohol and drug if they were a board that had their own appointees, and therefore they would feel the validation in their work that we feel in ours. So consider that. And I think they're great. I just can't do all of it.
Thank you very much. Okay, that was our last speaker. Do we have any other comments?
In our packet, we have, page 4 shows the membership roster of the ADAB. And currently, as I look at it, from District 1, there are 2 appointees from District 2. There are 3 appointees from District 3. There's 3 appointees from District 4. There's 3 appointees. And from 5, there are 0. And when I look at that we're all supposed to have 4, none of us have 4 appointed right now. And I do note that there are a group that have their terms who have expired and but are still participating, I would think. The concept of alternate was brought up. I thought that was a good one too. And I think part of the issue that we have is it is a very large board, and that might be one of the reasons why you can't get everybody there, or maybe we are part of the blame of that and not getting everybody appointed. But I would consider reducing the number of appointees for that board. In addition to us nominating 25, like 4 times 5, 20, then you also have the 3 other members. That's 23 members, and I think that is a bit much. We have a lot of other boards and commissions that do a lot of important work that just have 1 appointee. And I think, I would go in that direction. I agree. The mental health board can't take on any more, and we're now going up to 9 committees with this mental health services committee that we've put together too, and that we have the co-occurring one that does bring in members of the ADAB to meet with members of the mental health board, so that we do have discussions on that very important issue, whether it's 40%, 70%. It is a subset of people who have mental illness and drug and alcohol issues. There are a lot of things coming forward in the drug realm, and mentioned Proposition 5. There's also a tremendous problem in our county with, and in the state of California, with methamphetamine addiction, and I know Supervisor Long is working on task force with that, but what you can do on that board, I think, is tremendous. What more can be done with that board in its focus? Like I said, I had the concern from when I had visited the board back in its day when it had a different membership, and Supervisor Bennett did say as he left that it would be very nice if we were able to make sure that we keep the good membership that we have and strong membership, and I think part of that has to come from our board. But as far as moving forward today, I would look at certainly supporting the mental health board as it exists, and look at decreasing the size of the alcohol and drug advisory board, because it's not being able to meet in effectively with the number that they're supposed to have and the number that we've appointed. So I don't know what the rest of the board thinks of that.
What's the number you're talking about?
Well, right now, for example, if we were to just appoint 3 instead of 4, then a lot of us have met our requirements. And some of us still have much more to go.
Well, let me say that I support, Mr. Chair, the keeping of the mental health board as it is today. I think it's been an effective board. I certainly want to not see anything interfere with that. As far as the alcohol board and drug board, I would agree with your observation and maybe a reduction. Let me just make one comment about my district. It's not always easy to keep people on a board from my district. That's been my experience for a long time, especially if the boards meet for a long time during each meeting, and so it's not an easy proposition. In most cases, even the supervisors think that, and the staff thinks that people from my district should be people representing so-called minority groups. And we try to comply with that, but that's not always that easy because of various circumstances. So I want you to be sensitive about that.
Right. Supervisor Long?
Well, I too, I would agree with not merging the 2 boards. I think that they've made both the practice and comments that support their independence, and for very valid reasons. My concern, of course, was numbers of meetings and staffing of that, and I would just challenge our staff to always look to where you can encourage and work with these boards to be as efficient as possible and streamline those meetings, because it is a challenge to get you good volunteers. You're wonderful. You're here and you've been with us for a long period of time, many of you. When I have openings, I put an ad in the paper, because it's not easy to get folks who have busy lives and they have passions, but sometimes I don't know what it is that sometimes that individual steps forward with that passion and says, I've got an extra 2 hours to give. And that's what you're searching out. It really is sometimes it takes a personal experience for people to be willing to do that. Whenever I'm out on the speaking circuit, I'm always speaking to the vacancies I have on boards and committees and commissions, because some are easier than others to fill. I would be open to having the 3 appointments by each board member. I wouldn't want, for the ADAB, I wouldn't want ADAB to feel, though, that we're lessening the importance of the work you do and the hard work that those folks who are there are doing. So maybe we do this, say, how do we do this in concept? We either do it or we don't.
I was thinking also that you have members who have expired but obviously want to continue. Maybe they can become alternates.
Mm-hmm. Because I know listening to some of you that you work and put a lot of hours into your commitment, and I wouldn't want to burn you out. So I want to feel that you have the support of this board, and we will do our very best and hardest to fill these positions so you're not burned out and you're not labored with feeling because there's a committee need and a passion for a focus that you have to step in to fill it because there's no one else to do it. And in saying that too, I call on you to say, help us to fill these. You're out in the community, help us to fill these. Send us some recommendations, and I'll do my very best to carry the load there. Ms. Parks?
Okay. Yeah, I'll just make a quick comment in the sense that we just had a presentation before you that we saved $25 million. With all the labor you're putting in, probably cost us that. So I know I appreciate all the hard work you do put in and all the time you put in. And I know it's hard to sit in those meetings because I think the brain can only absorb what the seat can handle. So it's tough. It's tough. So yeah, speaking about that today here, huh? You ready to quit, right, Roberta? No. Okay. Anyway, but I would agree. I mean, I think that, as Supervisor Bennett said, they made a passionate argument about why you want to keep these 2 boards. But I do think, I don't know how you get anything done with that many people. It's difficult when you have so many people, I think, to deal with. So I would go along with what Supervisor Park says, that maybe we just keep them separate, let them do what they're going to do, and bring this down to 3 people in each for now, and that kind of meets what there is. And if there is an opportunity to find somebody who wants to do it, and they're not even in your district, maybe just trying to find people to be on here. So, because that's going to sound like it's going to add more people to it anyway. But I do want to ask a question to Linda. What it sounded like to me, you said this was $87,000 for mental health, and there was about $15,000, but it sounds like there's a little bit more now going with mental health, with some more meetings and more things. No?
What historically is about $87,000, but with the reductions of mental health, behavioral health representative attending just 9 meetings, instead of sending 4 or 5 staff meetings, we're looking at sending only 1 representative. Therefore, there's a cost saving of up to $40,000.
Okay. So this goes from about $100,000 down to about $60,000.
Exactly.
So. Okay. Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad to see that we're able to do that.
But the ADAB has increased. As I
The
understand it, they have
ADAB,
more committees.
ADAB has a total of 5 subcommittees. But in the general breakdown that we received from the cost analysis of the first quarter of 2008, the co-occurring disorder committee averaged about $286 for the first quarter.
Is that time for a staff person to be
That
there?
includes staff times and refreshment times for the committee members. Yes, and because there are 5 different subcommittees, the annualized cost is approximately $15,000 for ADAP.
Yeah.
And the Education Committee, I know they've added another committee since that was the cost before, but I guess this is more just an issue of functionality.
Yes, functionality.
When you get down to it, whether it's 15,000 or 20,000, and I think it's difficult for at least one supervisor to get appointees to attend, and it's very important, I think, that we have the county represented, but certainly not having to pick 4 or possibly even 5 with the extra representatives. This may help that, and I would encourage that we all at least get some representation from our districts.
Okay. So we want to make a motion on what we'd like to.
I move that we maintain the mental health board and the alcohol drug board, and that we reduce the members on the alcohol and drug board to three.
Three appointed by supervisors? Does that sound right?
I'll second that.
You want to second that? Okay, then let's vote. And I want to thank everybody for coming and speaking, and we do appreciate all the hard work that you put in. We know how much time that is, and thank you so much.
I'd also, regarding the legislative group that sends letters from the board of the Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board, I would like to have staff look into what kind of policy, because we do have dozens of committees out there, and it would be nice if we were apprised of the platforms, and if nothing else, that it is consistent with the platform of the Board of Supervisors that you represent. Okay. Thank you. Do you need a motion on that, or you'll just be able to come forward? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
No, just, why don't you just explain?
With respect to the discussion about whether or not these boards can write on board letterhead, for example, to advocate, your board has authority to stop them if you wish to do that, or to prescribe rules and regulations that would allow them to do it in specific instances, and that applies to the mental health board as well. So, for example, I would hope that the resolution establishing the ADAB will be coming back for revision to specify that each board member will be appointing 3 instead of 4 members. And if your board chose at that time, it could also instruct that the board is not to write letters without approval of the Board of Supervisors, for example. Or maybe approval of the CEO, but it's your choice to do something like that if you choose.
Okay, that's great. Okay. You want to comment on that? Okay, great. All right, thank you very much. I think that is our last item, Roberta, and then we'll adjourn.